Good morning, everybody. The YouTuber is late? How dare you? After all this fucking time, Google is trash? All these years? And that's all you think of me as? What a dick. Hey, Jen Jen. How you doing? Coffeeed up? Not really. Is this the MOASS? Where? Bulls bought a bunch of out of the money calls this morning. Data comes out in like 18 minutes. Well, there's some data in 18 minutes. I don't know if it's going to matter, but it could. We should be getting but I feel like they've moved something. Oh, the financial accounts are being released at noon? What the fuck? Okay, well, we get wholesale inventories at 10. Why did that change? That doesn't seem right. Used car prices month over month and year over year are going to come out at some point today, too. Bars speaking at 1 a.m. this morning. Okay, so that's already over. Futures are testing 44.65, so kind of in bullish territory for this morning. Some out of the money calls bought, but it's still not a substantial portion of the interest on the chain. Gamma flip points at 44.70, 250. The shitload of call interest at 44.75. Fucking no sell, no sell. Now Ryan Cohen's getting investigated by the SEC. Is that what they meant? Cohen getting probed and my port is getting fucked. Relevant. What's behind $3 on Fubo, Kenny? Hey, look, we tested 308 in the pre-market and then got rejected. That's probably not super bullish. I really fucking hope the Bulls lose here. Because it'd be funny. I don't think they will, but it'd be funny if they did. Have we seen the bottom on J&J? I don't know. Maybe. It could go lower. The resistance is at 155. It can bounce too. You can just close your puts that are up if you want. Like, you don't have to keep them for anything. Don't say what. How are the tips doing on GME? They were still contracting at the end of yesterday. Looks like they're getting some liquidity today. Trying to turn the ship around. Probably too late, but definitely doesn't look very interesting. New Express CEO? Ooh, bullish. Did they get rid of that chicken fucker? I mean, the guy who used to work for Tyson? Is KV play based mostly on the reaction of the Hawaiian government for the fires? No. What? Where did that? That's fucking from left field. They make like band-aids and sunblock. Are are you making a distasteful joke? In which case, I appreciate that, but no, KVU has nothing to do with Hawaii. I asked some investor fund friends about KVU, and they said they were staying away because they don't know the tax implications. Fuck do you mean you don't know the tax implications? And also they think J&J used it to unload bad debt. They don't have very much debt. J&J used it to unload lawsuits. That was the point of the creation of KVU. Express Chop's former Tyson Foods executive as next CEO. Damn it. His background at Tyson was in distribution, not protection. AMD entry point here. Ooh. Might be getting close. It's getting close. I mean, wait out the market upside, but it's in a much better range than yesterday. Like don't buy puts when indexes are ripping on tech stocks, okay? It's dumb. I know you want to short it, but they'll be selling puts on it on Monday as well. What's the term for when you short the fuck out of VIX, but SPX doesn't go up? Pushing rope. New Express CEO, former CEO of Dino Nuggets. Oh, okay. I mean, they sell Dino Nuggets everywhere, so. How's Tesla looking at the moment? Options change. Option chain change at all? I got in yesterday, it puts 252. So naturally, it's going to all-time highs. Well, indexes are pumping. You could buy like something to hedge above 256. And then, if it fails 256, you can just close your hedge. If it keeps moving up, you'll start losing less money. I guess Linux was right. He's the one who filed the report at the SEC. HE dipped before the rip. It's kind of bottomed out, right? Over the last 2 days. Doesn't seem like it's dropping much below 12. Nvidia is up again today. A little bit. Not substantially yet, but 7.36 yuan ain't good. No, that's not ideal for them. But that could be bullish. So if China starts open market operations on US treasuries again, that might not be the best. Well, for the bull case, at least for a few days till they get it back to 730. But they, as far as I know, they haven't announced any new currency policy since the last round of like open market actions. Big short on GME equals good for September OPEX. Usually. How about negative beta on GME? It's feeling like old times again. Insert side-eye meme. I mean, if they can get it back down to like 16, 15, they'll probably buy more debit spreads. Hey Greg, I thought you'd get a kick out of this since you've exploded your knee as well. Canceled my microsurgery 2 days before because I found out how weak the newly grown cartilage would be. Just save to get stem cell done in Panama. Okay. I know it's a country. That you misspelled that, popcorn trader. Perfect. Yes, Panama, a country famous for connecting things. I think they almost grow a human kidney using piggy cells or something. So that means I can get 2 wieners. Probably still a long way off from an extra wiener Squamsk. But you could always just super glue one on in the meantime. Is that it? Is that all the bulls got? Well, maybe. They did try very hard. Are there still put walls at these levels? Yeah, there's still quite a lot of puts. Overall the chain is quite bearish. But yeah, 75 and 70 have a decent number of puts. Obviously they're outweighed by calls, but that doesn't seem to be working out well for them. And then, yeah, failure back below 4460 is real bearish, actually. We start to get dragged down into the larger put interest at 4450. Fun. No data out yet, though. Wholesale inventories aren't out yet. Is there any news? What would have turned this around so hard? Nope. That's curious. This is like a little put wall at 44.65 on the September 15th expiration. Yeah, I mean on the longer dated chain, the call side looks awful, but also we have a lot more puts at 44.25 now. What's your plan with the put side of the straddle? Well, if it goes in the money right there, I can sell it. If it doesn't, well, I'll probably hang on to it till it expires. That QQQ call at the top was not the right move. This could still pump. I mean, the pump's not dead yet. We haven't, like, failed 44.50 or anything. It's rejected, but not dead. What's your plan for I've been away on vacation all week. Nice. Is this shorting on GME prior to an OPEX run? I really hope so. The tips are approaching each other rapidly, crypto. They might not be able to stop them from touching. Stop hunt before the data? I mean, it's just fucking wholesale inventories. Do you think RC drama is the reason GME didn't have an earnings call, or is it coincidence? Hmm. I don't know. Maybe. I assumed it was because Ryan Cohen didn't have anything to say. Wholesale inventories miss estimates. Negative 0.2 versus the estimated 0.1. So inventories are getting a little worse. Way worse than last month. Bullish. Close enough. Why is there a skew at 0 DTE 1750 GME options prices? 8-cent puts, 60-cent calls. Could be parity. Is it what expiration? Also, one's in the money, but it doesn't look like there's like a big skew there. 1750, you said? No. It doesn't seem that off. I'm getting different pricing than you. Do you have like live pricing? Or, I don't know, maybe you looked at it when the spread got blown out or something. Is GME going down? Shouldn't puts be more expensive at the money? No? IV rarely spikes on GME on downside moves. And IV just got crushed out. So it's like 67 at 67% IV at the money for like next week puts. The delta on the puts is like a little bit light at the money, but it's not that bad. There's a little bit of call skew, but it's not like excessive or anything. IBKR live options data. I don't fucking know, man. I'm looking at it right now. I have Opera on here. Options keep getting stopped out when price not even close to my stops. Happened twice this morning already. Premiums are just probably pretty volatile. You should pay attention to your options chart. If you have an illiquid strike, your spread's going to be even more volatile, right? What's the next upside resistance after 65? 70. uh After 65, it's pretty likely that we test 75. Remember, they're fighting kind of an uphill battle here against the market maker too, so rejections at resistances may be a little bit more intense. There's still quite a lot of puts on the chain, and the market maker's selling pretty hard into the downside. Once they get it above 75, it gets a little bit better for them. Above 90, it gets a lot better for them. Did you do any more thinking about going long KView? I kind of want to see how low it's going to go. I think it's down another 2% today. Fucking gold and silver ripping. This is very nice. Huh. I'm playing MGC right now. I really want gold to go to like 1980 today or something ridiculous. Is this boy gonna keep pushing? Probably, yeah. And VIX is nosediving right now, so I would expect that they are. What did the data say? That wholesale inventories are just a little worse than expected. Volume on KView looks a bit interesting. It's pretty high. How much has been collected for the perm fund? There's no perm bet on the table right now. If bulls get 44.65, I'd imagine they're going for 75. That's correct. Yes. Next stop, 75. They said a bunch of 44.75 out of the money calls were bought this morning in pre-market. I don't know what OOM is. OTM? Do you think they'd sell off once they get to 44.75 or keep pushing it? Keep pushing it. They need it above 44.90, like bad. And ideally they want it above 45.20 by next week. Conversely, Canada beat its new job expectations by 50%. Well, everyone has to get an extra job in Canada because of the variable rate mortgages. It's just one out. God damn it, Paris. It's just OTM. Is Walmart at a 52-week high bearish for the overall economy? No? I don't think so. Fuck, man. Did I just get stopped out on that? I'm okay. How's Fubo doing? Still holding 290. Dude, Tesla failed the test at 256. Congratulations, slightly underwater Tesla guy. Ooh, Apple doesn't like the 180 resistance either. NVIDIA failing the test of 465. Interesting. The Bears gonna fight back? God, futures are so close though. Dork, gold's ripping. Where's Dork? Wake the fuck up, Dork. Congratulations, Thunder. I saw your DM. Campbell's soup? What's going on with Campbell's soup? The earnings weren't too hot. What do you think about going long there or something? Please play the bear song and VUP song at the same time. No. Why is Baba dipping and ripping like this? It's a small anomaly, but big swings on the 1 minute chart. It bounced from 88 to 90. It's up 7 basis points or 6 cents. I wouldn't call that ripping. It's generally a pretty volatile stock. If a 6-cent move on Baba is having that kind of effect on you, you might be over leveraged. No problem, Thunder. I'm glad you're discovering new ways to lose money. Rejections are rough today, but still with the bulls, yeah. If once they get it higher, the MM won't be working against them so hard. I'm not over leveraged. I just want to see sub 85. Fair enough. You know, you can avoid that by buying at the money puts. I keep hearing a lot this year that the VIX is broken. What does that mean? It's not broken, it's just very heavily shorted. That's all. There's like a lot of dispersion trading going on between like the SPX and its like largest components, the Mag 7. So a lot of the volatility has moved out of indexes and into like Apple and Nvidia, right? And that dispersion trade's been breaking down a little bit since August, but they're trying to slow the breakdown of it because there's quite a lot of Vega risk on the options chain for SPX. So a large part of that positioning was selling out of the money short puts on SPX in massive quantities, which they're still doing. They're still selling those, but they're trying to de-risk the further out of the money ones. And slowly over the last like 5 weeks, they've been peeling back some of that risk, but it's still very concentrated in our current price range. So like 44.75, 44.90, 4500. There's a lot of Vega risk, which is underwater right now. 44.50 down through like 4200. There's quite a lot of Vega risk. Right now that's safe, and if they get it back above gamma neutral, they can start de-risking some of that into next week. You can kind of see a little bit of that here. I'll show you out here. If you look at like the correlation indices versus the S&P, so you can kind of see how like over 2022, you know, the correlation here is broken down quite a lot, and this is the volatility moving out of the indexes and into the index components. And then you see, indexes drive upwards, and since August, that's begun to reverse after hitting, all-time lows historically on the 3-month correlation, or very close to it. And then I think the only other time it came even remotely this close was right before Volmageddon, or like the Ukraine war. So, but it is starting to turn back around. And rising dollar is obviously creating quite a bit of pressure on volatility and risk assets as well. But it's not broken. It's just very heavily sold. When you said straddles on SPX at end of day, how far out do you buy? And if there's no real price movement overnight, what percentage gets lost on theta? I usually buy 5 to 7 DTE. And if there's no price movement overnight, I mean, you're probably going to lose it depends on vol, but anywhere from 8 to 12% overnight if it's flat. But I mean, the reason you buy a little extra theta is you can hold it longer. You can also buy extra theta on one leg. So, if you're moving into the top of the trading range, right? You can start buying more theta on the put side. So you can do these like 14 DTE, and you don't have to buy as much theta on the long side or the call side, because you're kind of near the top of the trading range, right? So the call side has less price to realize. And that's one way of being able to hold the puts open longer. So yeah, that way if you reject off the upper part of the range over time, your puts are still kind of just sitting there. Is it better to do more or less theta for bigly anticipated data like CPI? Less, usually. The less theta you have on a straddle, the narrower the profit range. Or right? So this is... And the more theta you buy, the wider that range. The more price change in the underlying you need in order to become profitable on both legs weighted together. Don't get me wrong, if you buy more theta and the price moves up here and then back down here, you can still sell the calls and the puts and make money. But if you have to close both at once, less theta is better. And sometimes with very binary events like CPI, you might just get a hard move in one direction, and so you won't be able to close the other side. And in order to make this move as profitable as possible, you want less theta on the options. How does the value of the dollar impact dispersion trading? Well, it scares investors who are investing in multinational corporations, because it has a dramatic effect on U.S. exports of both products and services. All of a sudden, that shit costs way more money in other countries, right? Especially if your sales are, dollar denominated. There's no getting over the cost of the exchange rate. So for companies who generate a lot of profits overseas, that can be very, very bad for them. It has good effects too, like reducing the cost of imports. But since most of the largest companies in the US are large multinationals, it scares investors about future valuations. And so it makes risk assets less attractive. Also, generally, as the dollar rises, yields go up, which makes bonds more attractive. What's up, Dork? I know you slept in. I yelled at you to wake up earlier, but it didn't work. I was going to tell you I went long gold micro futures this morning. Then I stayed up till like 6 a.m. watching them. Then I fell asleep at my computer and I almost slept through the stream. I fell asleep with no stop losses. But it's okay. Gold kept going up. Yeah, looks like we're just gonna pump up to 75 here. 80? What's our next stop? It's not just gonna be 75, right? Yeah, 44.90, 4,500 interest coming in. So 75, 90, 80, or 75, 90, 4,500. 80 and 85 are starting to pick up, but 75 to 90 is still a little weak. So there's a put wall at 44.95 still. Um, that'll probably flatten out the closer we get to it, but there is one there. And there's still some puts at 70 and 65, like longer dated ones. So failures of 75 can slide probably all the way back to 60, but they might stabilize at 60. So failures of 75 could be really volatile. Be prepared for that. That's not necessarily bearish. It's just the structure of the positioning right now. So like fail at 75 can slide back to the next call support at 60, right? And then if it breaks 60, it gets kind of bearish. But if it holds 60, it's likely to retest. And the interest above 75 is kind of filling in. So that'll probably lessen the likelihood of a failure. And then the next put wall after 75 is 44.95, which probably isn't big enough to stop us from moving up to 4,500, but it's there. They have a lot of work to do to get a 44.90. It gets a lot easier after 75. Well, people start piling in as we move up to help. Or revenge puts, like how I usually trade. I mean, lose money. Right now, people are already piling into like 80 and 85 calls. Like interest in those two strikes is moving up 90 and 4,500 too. Crazy morning. Yeah. GN's at 45, 1850. Are you talking about like fast gamma? Fast gamma is at 44.72. Wow, or it was. It might have moved. Give me a second. No, it's still at 44.72.50. So they get a little bit of support at fast gamma, but fast gamma is front weighted. So it's only like options within a set expiry period. It's not the whole chain. So it's not that important of a price level. So market makers are on their side a little bit more above fast gamma, but not a lot more. Well, they even have enough VIX to short for GN next week. They could try. Husband, I come bearing bad news. Sheldon Menery has passed away from cancer. I don't know who that is. So 45.20 essentially guaranteed before SLD. No, it's not guaranteed. And they fucking failed to get it last time, and they tried really, really hard for an entire week. Any more data left today? Yeah, a little bit. We've got the financial accounts of the United States report that gets released apparently at 12 now. And then consumer credit change at 3 is probably not going to have a huge effect. Used car prices might. DN's at 44.26. DD's so good, it's mind numbing. I know. Would you grab a put here to protect? Um, if you want to protect like against like a hard rejection, you could. It might be better to have something like a far dated like debit spread than just a straight put. That way you can carry the hedge for longer, or it's cheaper if the price keeps going up beyond 44.75. I also have a fast grandma. She runs a 4.340. Damn. Sheldon Menery is the father of EDH. You've probably seen him when you were at the PT. But maybe. I might not have paid attention. I feel like I've heard the name before. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss, Darth. I, yeah, why not? He's also a Hall of Fame judge. Ugh. Judges suck. You shouldn't have told me that. Man, how the fuck do you come up with this stuff? With what? What did I come up with? I sent you a DM of his face. That's not ringing any bells. He has kind eyes. You ready for 4480, Dirk? It literally said that before it pumped, but now may be a better opportunity to grab a put. Probably not. Let's see how this breaks down. Yeah, you could probably try to scalp a put if this continues to fail, but like the range isn't super good, and it's kind of uncertain if it would fail the entirety of the range because like momentum's a little bit on the bull side. It could though. We could have a little failure here back to like 44 sub 44.65, maybe 60. Are we ever gonna see a period where the Bulls just lose every day? I mean, all of August was basically that. What's the idea for your 915 GME spreads? Isn't that expiring too soon? I'll probably roll them when I have another trade in this account. I would have rolled them when they were up yesterday if I'd had another trade in this account, but I don't, so it's fucking. I mean, I don't really care about them. They're like $300. You too, Darth. The good day part. Like the stream fix. 1,000 likes. Gurk gets his wings. Thanks, Spy-Fi. There's gonna be resistance from the saddle. Yeah. K-View load zone? I don't know. I'm not like actively watching it right now. Hold on. Yeah, I mean it's getting bought up a little bit here. It's quite cheap. I guess it just depends on how much fear over the litigation they want to price in, but it is very cheap. Huh. Ooh. Yields are spicing up a bit. Dixie found a floor. Dixie back over 105. Why am I getting timed out? I don't know. I didn't time you out. I didn't even know you were timed out. I'd like to see a pullback to 4460 before another test up. I mean, that's kind of what's likely here based on like the option structure. But if more calls keep coming in on the drop, they could bounce it early. So it's risky to buy like a put on. Yeah, it was Carl. Good job, Carl. I see that you timed him out. I'll time out Darth. When the flying fudge is a saddle, it's made up and probably an incorrect way to describe the anomaly, but look at Nvidia shit in the bed again. Is Apple doing poopies? Hmm. Apple looks strong. Like it wants to break 180. Oh, I'm fucking glad I didn't go long Netflix this morning. That would have been rough. Like the stream, people. Thanks, NW. I thought it was the Gamma Bull. That's more accurate in describing its shape. Was it related to the crossover holiday you two celebrated? No. No, it's not. Speaking of which, Dorg, I forgot to mention that Monday, August 21st was crossover day. I'm sure you saw it yourself, but current returns on crossover day are 183 BPS. Peak returns since crossover day were 350 BPS. Huh. I don't have 196 unsaved layouts open. You should. Are you... Hold on. Are you talking shit about my trading view setup right now? It's really hurtful, man. Ah, fuck, I'm stopped out of gold. What am I gonna trade now? Ooh, how's my silver doing? Hold on. Oh, I'm definitely gonna get stopped out on this shit. Yeah, I guess I'm okay with it. Fun zero DTs. 44.65 bounce. KVU so cheap it makes me want a YOLO. Ah, I see. Have you done any actual research, or you're just assuming it's cheap? Can they push SVX up against a rising Dixie? It's hard. That's very hard. More importantly, it's hard to keep vol suppressed as Dixie rises. Remember the convexity. So bond portfolios are hedged with convexity and VIX futures, right? So, if yields are dropping, or yields are rising, sorry, it's likely to see a lot more interest flow into VIX futures, and that puts pressure on the VIX short. Do you have any information about J&J price action? It just keeps bouncing like Tigger on the moon. I mean, it's kind of at a resistance. See, it tested 157 at its low yesterday. I mean, it's kind of just retesting the top of the uptrend here, right? Or the downtrend. So, you know, if it breaks there, like to the upside, you could maybe cut it. I mean, this is kind of like an inverse head and shoulders here. And then the next resistance would be like 63. So if you had puts, you'd want to get out. But this could still fail. Do you know how Jimmy got down like this morning? Ryan Cohen is under investigation by the SEC for options purchased on, or his purchase on BBBY. I guess the options and shares purchase that he made on BBBY last year. Also, because why not? He's being probed. No sell, all sell. Did Jimmy get shorted at SPXO up and more shorting as SPX goes down? Just like tons of shorting to scare people with the SEC RC investigation. Time to be released today. I don't know anything about when the investigation, the material parts of the investigation are being released publicly. I'll take your word for it being today, but sure. Also, just because, like, historically, the period where the tips approach each other is the period at which you see the most shorting. Um, this is generally like when the borrow rate begins to rise. Was that the one where he rug pulled all the people who trusted him with their money? No, that was the one where he bought a piece of shit stock and then sold it when it went up substantially. And then other people were like, I'm not selling it. He's coming back to save me. Those people got rug pulled. But they were also delusional. Imagine if Jimmy gets a new chairman that actually does something with the money. Okay. What? Tips predicted RC SEC investigation. What'll it do next? I'm just saying that the short isn't entirely because of that, but there's a mechanical reason for it, Dork. God damn it. What if Ryan Cohen is the one who gets the sell? Well, then I sell, right? That's no sell, no sell. Bobby also muddied the waters and they said they were in an agreement with RC. They said they were in an agreement with him and then he sold. That didn't muddy any fucking waters. It was a very clear sign that one of those people was not in agreement. Massive put volume on KVU October 20 and 1750 strikes. Longer term call volume November out still heavily outweighs puts. Massive put volume KVU October 20 and 1750. Okay. Still outweighs calls. Longer term. Oh, longer term call volume outweighs puts. Okay. Well, we'll see if the 1750s are sold or bought pretty soon, huh? HE's surprisingly strong today, covering into the end of the week from earlier short a couple days ago. That wasn't really a short. That was just the market maker offloading their hedge after a bunch of like 14 and 1450 calls went in the money. But yeah, KVU's up, or HE's up another like 1% today. It was up 1% yesterday. It'll start. I think it'll start to pick up more and more strength as uh, covering continues. Everyone like took profits last Friday, right? On the call side. And so a little liquidity flowed back from the MM, but not anywhere near enough to bail out the short position. Are you taking up a position in KV shares? I'm considering taking up like a long-term position because I think it's kind of cheap. What's up, Teaspoon? Just wanted to say hey. Thank you. Hey to you. Sorry you didn't get a daily DD today. I know how much you love them. I slept at my computer last night. My back hurts. Oh. Yeah, we might be getting near the end of the breakdown here. Yeah. Could retest 65, but it might be done. Let's go and get ready for another big leg up, I think. Hmm. Yeah, delta's increasing. 75, 85, 90. 90's picking up a little bit of interest. 95 still a put wall. So watch the retest of 65 here, and then hmm. I don't like that we didn't pull back to 60. Maybe we get it now. Yeah. I'll pick up a call here, and then if it falls to 60, I'll pick up another one. Well, a mindset like that, it's almost like already being in a cell. If you're not having issues scaling, I find it much easier to only have a set amount in your brokerage, 3K for me, and move your profits to savings. That's one way of doing it. It's also kind of a capital allocation measure as well, but you can also handicap yourself with a lot of strategies only having $3,000. But if it works for you, keep it up. Free medical advice. I strongly recommend sleeping on a mattress. No shit. You're gonna bill my insurance anyway, aren't you? Are you wearing the same clothes as yesterday? No. I changed my clothes when I woke up. One cringy thing I hate about some YouTubers is seeing them sit in a secret lab chair. Despite their wealth, those things are uncomfortable as fuck. I had one for a while. Everyone was like, "Oh, they're so amazing. You should totally get one." And it was the fucking worst. What an overpriced piece of shit the secret lab chair is. Thanks, Jonathan. A few people sit in their chair as much as you. True. The secret is crime. Fed speaker at 11. Who's talking? Thanks, Carl. Where do you get your pants? Diagon Alley? No, but I do get my wand polished there sometimes. It's his fault, Jen. You can't blame me. How will SS react if RC is the one doing the crime all along? Outraged. I managed to buy GLD at the absolute high. Well done. You better hope the market pushes up more and Dixie drops. They would never accept that reality. Just autistic screeching. How SS reacts to everything irrationally. Don't carry your wand in your back pocket. You could end up a two-legged centaur. They don't just go off on their own. They need to be motivated. They will be outside the jail with picket signs. Probably. When news release on SEC website for RC investigation? I have no idea. RC went deep undercover to find the real crime. He dug so deep that he himself became the bad guy. Like those movies about undercover cops that get addicted to drugs. SS reacts. So anyway, I kept DRSing. It's so fucking true. I mean, they'll just lean more heavily into like the DFV narrative, right? Oh, it's fun. I like this. Ooh, I can buy another call here. Hold on. I need to set some stops on these too, just in case. '60 is still like the bull line, right? So if they don't recover off 60 and that fails, it gets really bearish. So it's a risky call buy right here, but really profitable if I'm right. That was my plan, Maeve. I said I was going to buy a call at 65, and then if it fell to 60, I was going to buy more calls. What strike? I bought 70 and 65. How do we know if those KVU 1750Ps are bought or sold? Is that an option scanner tool? No. Are there other ways to tell? Yeah. You can look at the bid ask and the time in sales. That's a way of getting an idea. It's not the most accurate approach, but it's an approach. I will never forgive Schwab for freezing at the top of QQQ today. Gherk, pump it back up, please. What, QQQ? The whole index? I'll do my best. No, no daily today. I woke up like minutes before the stream. You all need to adapt to conditions instead of buying calls at the top. I just bought calls at the bottom. He's not talking about you. Sorry, so what's the 30-second overview on GME? Earnings okay, but random news? Earnings were mediocre, and then RC is being investigated by the SEC. Said calls are up 33%. Yeah, I know. Ghost Ben. Keep my entries to myself. Plagiarized my entries. Weird gap up on a red candle. It's not weird. It opened higher than it closed. Are you loading up on SPX puts if bulls gain 4,500 plus before CPI print? Yeah. Yeah. Grack, my 44.75 was down and now it's flat. How does this work? It's value changes based on changes in the price of the underlying security. I would never. I don't make money. I'm about to call there too, but not because you told me to. I'm my own investor and I make my own decisions, yada yada. I hope so. It's not like you if you go to the store and you want to buy an option and it's got a sticker on it with the price. Well, no, it is like that. Except by the time you get to the register, the price might be different. I just got off the phone with what was once a great American brand. uh, remember when Regards Kiki was going crazy thinking it was Party City? She was on that for a minute. Wait, did we ever find out if it was Party City? Where's Regards Kiki? Party City's back alive? The one by me is the spirit of Halloween now. Yeah. Options is just shopping like in supermarket sweep. I don't know what that is, but maybe. Wow, inflation's gotten out of hand. Wait till Amazon like opens more of their digital stores and like as you're shopping, they increase the price of items you're statistically most likely to pick up on your shopping trip as you progress through your shopping trip. Right? Like they already have like a Whole Foods here where like you can go in and you just like take the item off the shelf and it bills your Amazon account. People are gonna have to start shopping. They're gonna have to like load up their cart with shit they don't want, go pick up the items they need, and then put all the shit they don't want back to fucking confuse the system. Oh, that's evil, and I love it. Maybe I'll get a job at Amazon. I hope Jeff Bezos heard. I wonder if he's a billionaire. We already know Warren Buffett is. Not bullish for Nvidia. Hee hee. Congress to hold new AI hearings as it works to craft safeguards. Yeah, so like all things, people on the internet have already begun to ruin generative AI by using it to make like kiddie porn. Sad. It's fucked up. Leave the cats alone. Yeah, seriously. They could push it down more. SAX still chopping in this range. Bear's really trying to drop this below 44.60. I really think calls are just positioning for a move higher, but I guess you could also assume that. Demonetize the stream there. No. You know that there's like literally entire YouTube channels about like baiting child predators? No joke, literally was thinking the same thing, but like 20 years ago, Kevin Smith. Are you seeing more calls coming in? They're about the same. Volume, I guess, I mean it's moving up a little, but it's not crazy or anything. We're moving into the lunch hour too. Doing what to them? I think they like contact them on like chat services and stuff. They're like to catch a predatoring them, but without the backing of law enforcement for views and improper evidence collection. I know someone who's a masturbator of child predators. Listen, man, I don't want to hear about your childhood trauma. Pay for a psychologist. So you get red for next leg up, it seems. Okay. That's what I did. Can the pumpers just call Fidelity and complain to them to reverse their Vega risk? Probably not. Did you see the one where they tried to bait a predator to visit them in person and they showed up? Turned out to be an actual kid and they were in fact the predators? No, but that's fucking hysterical. I'm not using that term, Navy nuke. When I retire, I'm gonna get part-time job at Amazon. I'm gonna try taking a dump inside one of their sorting robots. Wow. That's malicious. I like it. You're gonna get poop on everyone's packages, though. In general, when an executive gets paid millions of dollars and leaves a company in shambles, they should be forced to return the money. He tweeted that like right before he sold his Bobby. Anytime I ask you to show up to a place I've never been, I always Google Earth it first. Am I overly cautious? I don't know. Are you worried that I'm actually going to go there? Because you don't, that doesn't need to be a concern. It was me the whole time, Gork. I was the child. Which child? Then this? I'm sick of seeing failed executives make millions in risk free compensation while shareholders are left holding the bag. He's like Canadian Trump. He says one thing, does the exact opposite. When I was 12, I was contacted by an odd person on AIM. He kept asking if I wore socks with sandals and wanted to meet me at Kohl's. I never did. His username was his actual name, and I CCAP'd him. Yep. Nice. But do you wear socks with sandals? No, Woke's Booth started the snack award thing. Socks with sandals is an oddly specific kink. It really is. You have to wear socks with sandals or else your feet get slimy? But they don't. My call is up $30. I am a god. Congratulations. One time I harassed a streamer near daily by calling him ruggedly handsome all the time. You've single-handedly given me the confidence to go on, Baradactyl. If you hadn't named your daughters after me and come in here every day to tell me how ruggedly handsome I was, I don't know if I could have kept doing this. Did you make the call to the QQQ executives yet? No comment. I wouldn't wear sandals on the subway. Closed-toed shoes only. Ruggedly handsome is actually racism because he thinks you're Persian. I'll give him a pass. RC's the guy that watches a company burn at a shareholder protest, hands off his bag to a group of protesters so he can step up on stage, make a speech, and leave. Heart attack about your Band-Aid addiction and random injuries for a guy who doesn't leave his apartment. What injury did I sustain? My girlfriend tried selling her shoes online, and some dude messaged her and asked if he could see photos of her feet while she wore the shoes. Oh, was it hazy? He wanted to know how it would look on his girlfriend. Definitely hazy. We enter a room singing Barrow and the Gherks to the tune of Benny and the Jets. Nice. These are the years that count, Barodactyl. Don't squander them. I got paper towels at the supermarket, and there he was, bearded and wearing flannel, standing amongst the trees he's about to chop down to make you said paper towels. Wait, are you talking about meeting the brawny man? I don't know why you need packs of band-aids. I mean, you have to have band-aids at your house for first aid. Can you play the bear song? I just bought calls like 15 minutes ago, man. It was Brawny Gurk. Don't give the stream card people ideas. Bounty's the quick, better paper towel anyway. It's like unquestionably. That's when I knew I wasn't poor anymore. That and putting my bills on autopay. Putting your bills on autopay is the first step to realizing you're not poor. The second step is buying, like, going to the paper towel aisle, buying Bounty, and not caring what it costs. And not the pick-a-size ones. Full sheet. I'll raise you one better. Scott shop towels, those blue ones. You know they're not very absorbent, though. They're tough, but they're kind of... They're not as absorbent as Bounty. Viva suck. And they leave, like, weird shit all over everything you clean. Because they're, like... They're made of, like, blown-in fiberglass. No, the best feeling is buying Bounty, but on sale with coupons. Such a rush. I can buy Bounty with a coupon or without one. So I do that, but I'm poor. I'm just bad with my money. What if all the 4470s and 80s are sold? Well, then I'll get stopped out of my 65 and 70 calls for a profit. I don't think they are though. They're definitely bought. I steal paper towels from the hospital I work at. That's how cheap I am. I thought you didn't ghost my call by, Bluths. That's because they're meant to absorb oils and grease. Mm. I pay almost $10 per jar of pasta sauce because I like it. Do you buy the if you go to Costco, Jay Fresh, buy the Victoria. It's the best one they sell. You know you could also just buy cans of tomatoes. It's better. Rayo's? Ugh. No. It's got tomato paste in it. Canned tomatoes taste like tin? No, they don't. That's bullshit. It's actually bullshit because they line the inside of the cans. Cans of tomatoes are cheaper though, so it can't taste as good. It's just not pre-seasoned for you. You have to season it yourself. They don't use BPAs anymore. They use something else. Dixie turning down. May see them push SVX now. Maybe, yeah. I ghosted your play and I got stopped out for 40% profit. I'm not stopped out yet, but congratulations. But like 5 cans of Campbell's soup. Why is CMBP not $100 a share? What? That's not whatever. Don't ever put sugar in your fucking pasta sauce. Please, dear God, don't do that. How many bips will we rocket if we break 4470? Did you hear that, dork? He said bips. Can confirm I was a packaging engineer major in college for 2 years. Cans are lined, and if you say that you're tasting tin, you're ignorant. I think it's just like psychological. People are like, ah, oh, this tastes metallic. Can you clarify your FAUS comment and Pickles Picks last night? Are you saying that historically that day is bullish or bearish? So historically, the day closes up from the prior day, but the intraday change is quite large, right? And on days where the spread in the NIP is larger, it's bearish. So it's lately over the last like 8 quarters compared to the historical average, the FAUS data has been causing more, not only more volatility, but it's being weighed more heavily by the market. And this is probably because the financial accounts of the United States are not quite what they were uh, prior to 2020, right? And so market participants are starting to lean on it over time more as a forward indicator. I felt like doing math last night, and I was curious because it is a considered one of the like the Fed's like primary group of forward indicators. I didn't look at I didn't figure out the exact correlation coefficient. I kind of fucked with it a little bit, but it's something like the historic correlation coefficient was like 0.16, and then over the last 4 quarters it's moved up to zero point 0.3, so it's being weighted doubly what it was before, but its correlation is still only like 30%, although that's going up incrementally month over month. The projected correlation over the next like 6 quarters is that it will increase in importance. Why can't they line those metal water bottles with plastic so it doesn't make my water smell like pocket change? Those metal water bottles are supposed to be made out of like surgical stainless steel. If it makes your water taste like pocket change, maybe yours is just lined with lead. Where's that dude with the yellow jackets crawling out of his walls? Has anyone done a welfare check? No. He's got enough problems. He doesn't need us pestering him. What DTA have you been straddling lately? Right now I've been opening most of my puts for OPEX. And I've been opening the call side at like 3 to 5 DTE. Do you think we see a lower price for Express to average down shares? I'm impatient and currently down 50% for the right time. Well, 50% is generally that's usually a good place to average, right? Because it's half of what you initially paid. Lead consumption equals low T. Well, neurological damage. I don't know how strongly that affects T, but can you chant 4470 3 times? It's the only way we break above this. I've got plenty of time. Hours, even. When I win the lottery, I'm going to sell so many CSPs on GME. What a waste. I brush my teeth at work because I like being heckin' neat, but lead pipes. Well, I mean, lead pipes are safe unless they're damaged. What time is it? It's like 11:30. I kind of want lunch, but I don't want to walk away from these fucking calls. I threw my bag out at work so I can actually try some strats next week that aren't buy and hold. Did you throw out your back intentionally, Sisyphus? Can you please remind us where the put walls are for SGX today? 44.95 and under 44.60. No, it's 44.70 is not that difficult because of the puts. The calls pretty greatly outweigh them at this point. 44.70 is difficult because of like longer, like maybe like the longer dated puts, but even there, like the short term gamma is gonna be more important than that. Why is the upside so weak on new VIX lows? Diminishing returns. How many more pips can VIX drop? I'd get pho if I could, but settled for chicken parm. You chose wisely. Fubo can't decide if it was like $3 or not. What do? Also, what was the random run against the market yesterday? What do you mean? Like why we opened at 44.30? It wasn't random. Yep, you got him, Dork. He said bips twice. Elaborate? Read a book. Top ice cream picks for the week. Oatmeal butterscotch. They're like rubies, oatmeal butterscotch cookie ice cream sandwiches with butterscotch ice cream. I got them from Costco. They're phenomenal. You should stream on YouTube Kids for more views. No, I shouldn't. $60%. I thought you didn't ghost my play, Ben. I love pho. I know your pho stance, but it looks and tastes like Dagobah or whole never-ending story atmosphere aesthetic. I don't know if I could have said anything that insulting about pho. So you're saying it tastes like a swamp, but a magic swamp? It's no, the ice cream's not made out of oatmeal. The cookie is. It's an oatmeal butterscotch cookie with butterscotch ice cream. The ice cream is made out of milk. Why didn't you tell us to buy calls at 44.62? It was actually 44.60. And that's not my job. I bought calls at 44.60. I think it's odd that Catch a Predator was canceled because one target did a non-alive, but that's what's waiting for these people in prison anyway. Not a joke. They get targeted on the inside big time. Yeah, because other prisoners have kids on the outside of the prison. Butterscotch is fucking phenomenal. Okay. And yeah, my grandma did give me butterscotch for the first time in my life. And she loved butterscotch. So you're not wrong. If you were to stream to kids, at least they wouldn't be able to do financially irresponsible decisions. Yeah, but then their parents would, right? Their parents would just also watch. I hope you're proud. I have 3 calls now. Why would I be proud? I was pretty obvious about telegraphing my entry. Why would that inspire a sense of pride? It was just easy. It was an easy entry. Friendly do risk death. This ice cream sandwiches endanger your health, aka the longevity of the pickle jar. Please sell. I will not. No, I wouldn't vape butterscotch. That's disgusting. You've included spaghetti there, which is a bit odd, Squamsk, but yeah. I don't like spaghetti though. That's the worst pasta shape. My mom watches the stream. She has only lost to my brother's college fund so far this year. Nice. As long as you're still going to college, then you can lord it over him at family gatherings for the next 30 years. I bought calls before you did and got a worse entry, so that means I'm amazing. You always complain that we don't listen. I mean, people generally don't. Ain't any realistic chance of 4480? Yeah. 4409? What? What's a butterscotch guy? The timeout was worth it. 2 for 1. Hashtag winning. I don't like Superman. He's the worst fucking superhero. I'm not overly fond of America either, but I live here, so it's, what are you gonna do? Only hot grannies like butterscotch? Okay, man. Are you the butterscotch guy? How's it Todd slitting Vix's throat, but we're stagnating? Diminishing returns, man. Because they're selling vol, but they're selling it far out of the money, so they don't accumulate a lot of near the money Vega risk, right? And in doing that, they're not getting a lot of credit for the vol they're selling, and so their ability to pump isn't as great. If they'd get a little greedier and sell the vol closer to the money, they'd probably be able to pump a little harder. They're also working against the MM actively. Oh, now you elaborate. Well, you asked in the wrong way. There's nothing American about Superman. He's from a different fucking planet. He's allergic to rocks and otherwise indestructible. So on his own planet, which is the rock he's allergic to, he would have been like the boy in the bubble. Superman's from Jersey. I know you are, Carl, but you'll get better soon. Don't worry. Your wife told me it only lasts for like 72 hours. Grack, what's the market doing? Slowly moving up? Is this a lower high and a rejection? Or a higher high? It really depends on how far out you look. Are they gonna fuck this dork? That would be wildly embarrassing. Hmm. Was that the attempt for 4475? It was an attempt. Hmm. That was close. Okay. Almost got stopped out. Oh God. Oh please God. I'll start going. Why would God care if you went to church? I'm straight up not having a good time today. I'm sorry to hear that, Gary Gensler's twin. My HA sold puts already made 30%. Nice, dude. Is Theta barbecue, folks? Be sure to crack open a can of politically correct Bud Light and then shoot it with an AR-15. uh, God, the bulls stink. Well, I've got my stop set and I'm hungry, so I'll be right back. All right. What did I miss? Oh, I got stopped out. HE has the greenest. What's going on? Ooh, HE's running. Cool. Where's the 6 and 7 on SPX would swap places? So lost 65. Ooh, Gamma's kind of rocketing, or Delta's kind of rocketing down right now. Profit taking? Give us the FAUS info. Hold on. Isn't it pretty obviously bearish? Maybe not. Where's today's release? Hmm. I don't see the PDF anywhere. It doesn't appear to be uploaded yet. Or at least I can't access it yet. There's no, they haven't updated the website. Can you speak as to what's going on with SPX? Yeah, it failed to break out of 4470 and got rejected. I don't know if the data is having an effect because I'm not sure if it's accessible yet. But there's still a bit of a call wall at 4460. Yeah, I know. Epic Bard's Viding. Hmm. No big positional changes. Delta's starting to stabilize. A bit more put interest coming in at like 55 and 70, but still outweighed by the current call interest. Are HE shares worth chasing? I mean, it's not like a company I would want to own. But I guess you could play the upside with shares. My laptop's heating up and the fans are running. A big move is incoming. Probably. This breakdown's kind of decisive, right? Dixie's about to break 105 again. Yield started turning over. The 20 and the 30 are still down, but the 10 is up now. So is the 5. What are our directional odds? I mean, they're kind of like slightly bullish here still, but below 4460, it starts to get bearish again.
We're like in the middle of the, we're almost at the middle of the trading range, right? I think the question is, do we bounce off 4460 again? Yeah. I know bulls are going to try, but are you thinking they can get momentum again? Not if they lose 4460. If they lose 4460, this all gets a lot harder. I mean, remember that I feel like I said this a couple of times earlier, but rejections in this range between like 60 and 75 can be pretty big. And that's because the market maker's still working very much against their positioning. If they lose 60, I'm jumping into puts. I mean, you can, but you probably want tight stops. At least until you get down to 4450. I mean, they keep trying to pump, but they're not doing a lot, right? Like VIX is down what 320 BPS today, and SPX is only up 30. I think they're getting a little foothold. Clawback 65 here. Is that the law of diminishing Todds? I'm sorry, VIX futures are down 320 basis points. VIX is down almost 5%. You think their goal is to probably just to hit 44.75, close around it, then bump higher on Monday? They need 44.90. Not 75. 75 helps. It's a step in the right direction, but they need 90 and 4500 back. Gamma neutral's at 45.18. It's still a long way off. So far today, they've been unable to even hold fast gamma, right? Which is not a good sign, given that all of their positioning is short dated. Do they need that today? I mean, CPI is Wednesday. How bad will next week be if they don't get it to 90 and 4,500? Well, if there's SLD sell-offs again like last month. Data's out. Looks hot to me. Lots of wealth created. Oh, cool. Jesus fucking Christ. It's totally okay, guys. Household net worth has only doubled in the last 10 years. um, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. This is so hard to read. Dude, look at that explosion in fucking federal government debt in the last quarter. Consumer credit slowing down. Oh, that's not good. Corporate spending's dropped by like a third. Government spending's 3x. My household net worth doubled for two reasons. One, house value nearly doubled. Two, my mother-in-law died, and my wife received a life insurance payment. Can you unban that ape from yesterday? I want to learn more about this ape network and how he's retiring on $100,000. My household net worth did no such thing. Are you getting additional SLD positioning? It depends on how high we move over the next couple days, but yeah, probably. Do you think participants are not long enough to warrant an SLD sell-off? I think they might need to do it to get the margin because I think margin requirements could be higher. Also, CPI. Oh, one sec. I gotta just do something real fast.
Starting now.
All right. This might be, if they don't get 75 on this one, I don't know if they've got, I don't know if they got enough juice for another one today. Failing this push is pretty bad. Because they're starting to bleed off like out of the money call support. Are you cooking? Yeah. Are you actually driving right now? That'd be amazing. Will you telegraph your put entry? No. Hmm. They're really trying to hold Fubo down. If Fubo looks like it might get a little bounce here. Yeah, they don't want it breaking above 3 because everyone's piling into 0 DTE calls. Hmm. Bull's got me horned up right now. My position isn't as good as it was on the last test, but I do have one. Let's see if they get it. Because there was so much concentration at there at 75. If they de-risk it, or if they like, if anyone takes profits at that strike, is this just gonna collapse after the test? They should be moving a lot quicker if they want to get to gamma neutral by next week. GN's at 45.18, but close enough. Feels like maybe hedging the upside with 0 DTE, Tesla 250p, Wouldn't be the worst play right now. Wait, you're hedging the upside by buying a put on Tesla? What? I see. Did the Bulls die? A rejection there is not very good for them. Oh, fucking stopped out again. Jesus, I can't hold on to a contract for more than like 20 minutes today. Annoying as shit. You're checking in. I still love you, and my wife will still only make whoopee to me if you're playing in the background. Thank you so much, Chris HJ. I have six-figure short-term realized gains on Tilray and CGC. Any advice on taxes? Yeah, contact a CPA. Love you forever. Thank you so much, Chris. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. I came back from lunch and no one is here. It looks like I'm partying with the pickles. What's up, McConnerberry? Yeah, you definitely want to get in touch with a CPA if you got big big realized short-term capital gains. KVU up almost $1 from today's bottom. I know. If they pull the rug at 75 or 70, the rug could be pulling right now, right? Like this rejection's not good for them. We've got two tests of like the 44.76 level on futures, and then this one's failing even lower. Yeah, this is an important one. If they can't push 75 here, it's pretty bad. People buying 44.75 calls in mass. Regards, Kiki. This is a turnaround. I'm calling the manager of the markets and asking them why they won't let QQQ hit 375. Hmm. How do you think that's going to work out for you? How low to confirm the fail of 44.75? We'd have to fall under 60. If we slip 60, how low do we go? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. What's the next level, OG rules? There's a color-coded chart. Hmm. Except for opening, K-View has not looked this bullish in a while. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. I know. J&J failed to break the test of the upside trend there, or the trend line there. Yeah, it's rounding off. Looks like there's some short covering going on. We'll see if it continues. The big drop over like the last 2 days, well, this morning and yesterday, very specifically, is indicative of like large scale short covering. But we'll see if it actually leads to large sales like large scale short covering. Any GME covering today or just more shorting? It's been mostly shorting. Not like a ton of it, but a decent amount. You might see like I mean, if it keeps up, we might see a double bottom at like 1650, 1620 into like next week. Hmm. Why short first? No, you short it down as low as you can get it, right? You buy a bunch of calls, and then as the market maker starts hedging, you start closing your short. And that way your slippage is covered by your call position. Are you still thinking about EXR? I have a little bit. I still have some leaps on it. It's been climbing back since like earnings. Slowly. It's definitely got like good support at like 125. But I've just been picking up like I'm still picking up like 30 leaps, 130 leaps, and I picked up, I can't remember, either 1,000 or 1,500 shares at 126. If unemployment keeps going up, their business should do pretty well. $60% on the Tesla 250s. Nice, man. It's just the way you said it didn't make any sense. Does this repeated failed test of 180p, 180 for Apple, make a case for more puts, or can it continue to break through should SPX reach 4475? Apple had a little bit better momentum than the S&P did today, but the fact that it's continuously failing 180 is not a good sign. If short calls start to accumulate there, so like a lot of short calls got pulled back yesterday. If they just start to accumulate like $5 higher, that's pretty bearish. And it could drive like another leg down into next week. I mean, if I went short here on it, I would do so tentatively, and move into positions targeting like the 15th or the 30th, 29th. Why are the bulls so impotent? They're working against the market makers. Like actively trying to work against the market makers, and then because they haven't stabilized their Vega risk at 75, every time the market drops, the market maker is going to go long Vega. So not only are they selling into the falling price, they're going long vol too. We're still very close to their big fat pile of Vega risk at 44.50. Can SPX crab 60-70 for the rest of the day? I feel like they'd just lose if they can't pull off 75. Like there's enough puts that if their like short dated call positioning starts to break down, the price is gonna fall. Is that Yellen and JPOW? That's deeply disturbing. I have the same exact problem when I go against the market maker. I said if this one failed, it'd be really bad, and it might be. All right, I'm gonna get some puts here. I think. Yeah. This is not bullish, not particularly. All right, I'm gonna go grab my food. All right. What are we doing? Trying again? If buying near the top was an Olympic sport, I'd be a gold medalist. Why didn't you just set a stop when you bought at the top on QQQ this morning? What are you doing? Are you doing that thing where you like average down every time it peaks, only for it to peak lower and lower on each consecutive peak? The brokerage froze. Yeah, that sucks. Not bullish. No shit, Sherlock. I was up in the morning and I tried to sell. Oh. So you didn't have a stop. Watch how fast I can lose this money. MOASS must be right around the corner with brokerages freezing left and right. Ramen it is. Yeah. There have been a few times in the market where brokers start getting real funky for weeks on end. No, 4,400 is not the next resistance per my DD. I did not. I was trying to set a stop in the profits. I should have had one at defined risk, though. That would have helped. Can you tell if HE is getting actively shorted right now, or if the drop is profit taking? Intraday? Maybe. Uh, there's some active shorting going on. At least on the ETF side. Actually looks like there's some covering going on the underlying. What's that? Brokerages are freezing and glitching? So anyway, I kept DRSing. I still want. There's still a part of me, JFresh, that wants GME to short squeeze, and then for computer shares broker to go down during the middle of it. Just like one day, Jimmy up 2,000%. Opens next day. I just think it'd be really funny. Those are infinity shares, bro. If Jimmy ran substantially over 50, computer share would go down just on all of them scrambling, trying to get out at the same time. Four weeks later, Super Suckers get a letter from CS. We're pleased to inform you that we have executed your order to sell 25 shares on MOASS Day at an average of $3 a share. Beautiful. It's over. Bulls have lost. Premature victory declared. Losing. No one would sell. They think that 420 is price anchoring. Yes, they fucking would. See, the difference between the people who are totally okay with selling GME and buying it again later and the people on Superstock is those people all bought before January, and then Superstock they all bought in March. Let's go to the charts, and I can highlight that for you. It's a very, it's a very different group of people. Do you know why GME went down? in January of 2021 because people took profits. No, not crime. If people only bought GME, its price would go up over time. Agree to disagree, DRS shill. Our shares are authentic shares. Actual paper certificates held digitally at Conpoo Share. What about the buy button? Simply taking advantage of market mechanics. Well, more specifically taking advantage of the DRM, but I mean, a liquidity provider would always, like, the liquidity provider would always step in to provide shares. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean selling of the actual underlying, right? They just need to sell you something. Not a tremendous defense of 4460. Maybe bear pennant. Okay. I mean, we're in a descending wedge a little bit. Well, I guess we broke out of it. Okay. I guess we could see if it forms one. May just fail again, more in line with, like, this. If this breaks this, I'm buying a 4465, though. I keep forgetting how scared people are of not being able to sell. So much so that the DMM needs to exist to provide liquidity, no matter the cost. Yep. How about no DMM and let price discovery be actual? How about you go to the grocery store and every time you go there, the thing you want to buy isn't there? You're going to go to that grocery store again? Over and over and over, hoping that the thing you want to buy will show up? I don't know. Shopping like that might be like that in Canada. But we don't play those games here in the United States. In Canada, the milk comes in bags. COVID says yes. I would keep going back over and over again. Were you just bored? Is it too late to buy puts on AMC? Its current value is greater than 0. I would say it's probably too early to buy puts on AMC. Ooh. Good thing I wasn't paying attention to that. I would have gotten wrecked on my 44.65. If it's the only game in town, your analogy doesn't really work. No other options. But it's a capital market. You can't keep other people from competing. Right? I mean, you can, but not directly in obvious ways. Also, you would have wildly inefficient markets, right? Which goes against the grain of everything we want. In most countries, it comes in a box. It keeps it fresh indefinitely, but government subsidies necessitate massive overproduction and spoilage here. Pretty awesome. Yep. I like our milk too, Dave. The box milk tastes weird. What's it called? Like hyper pasteurized or whatever? And does it keep it fresh indefinitely? I thought it was only like good for like a year or something. I know dry milk you can keep indefinitely. I remember when I was little, I went to my great grandma's house one time, and I like wanted milk with something, and she just pulled out a fucking box, ultra pasteurized. Thank you. CCs on this I feel would be placed better elsewhere. I mean, CCs really aren't advantageous in a declining market anyway, unless you're selling them in the money, right? The cows are raised in ultra pastures. That's why it stays fresh so long. Alright, that's a fucking lie. I mean, technically this wedge already broke up and failed once. Right? So, one could argue that it's already over. We can readjust it. Exactly, that time has passed. I don't know, I still get pretty good yields on my GameStop. I'm happy with it. I mean, I'm not happy with the company or how it's run, but I'm happy with the yields, just to clarify. That's just science? What, the ultra pastures? How big of an impact does VIX have on the price of individual stock options? Um, I mean, it's a measure of the volatility on the S&P 500 index, right? So, broadly, options are more expensive in a higher VIX environment and cheaper in a lower VIX environment. Although in a lower VIX environment, IV on like the underlying of S&P can end up being higher as correlation breaks down. You see that in you'll notice that the underlying when they run like like a regular stock when it runs volatility goes up on the options chain. Calls and puts become more expensive, and then you see that inverse relationship in indexes. Volatility goes up, indexes go down. Any of this 45.50 and 60p volume sold and going to squeeze us down. 50's probably being sold. They created a 44.750 spy strike today and sold a ton of them in the last 10 minutes. I thought they've been opening up the 50-cent strikes on SPY and XSP on Fridays. Is 44.60 a good put entry? I have two. It's not terrible, but we're already under it. I think the last decent entry was probably this failure. This might have been okay, but that was too hard to determine if it would break up or not. So I probably wouldn't have entered there. This one wasn't bad. I bought puts back here, which now looks great, but hasn't been for the last 45 minutes. I paper handed the 250p's. They're up super bigly now. Whatever. They're fucking Tesla puts. I fucked. What did you do, beef? No way we bought puts at the same time? That's crazy. I ghosted your play. Do you think you could, with the aid of a time machine, turn $1,000 into $1 billion in 7 trades or less? Absolutely. How long do I get to sit in the trade for? Because that would really drastically change what things I would have to buy. Like if I enter it, I don't have to time travel to a different date until I close it. All trades would need to be done in 10 years from the first to last trade. Like within a 10-year window? Like all 7 trades have to be done in a 10-year window? I want to know the specifics of the hypothetical. Yeah, I know. I like how Gurk is taking this way further than C-Mill. You only need to 10x 6 times to hit $1 billion. It's not very hard, but you do need to be able to scale. So like your last 3 trades have to be they have to be on something that can support trades of that size. Okay, so I can trade any event from 2013 to today. And I can within this time frame I can complete 7 trades. Yeah, it's easy. You just do like dries and then GME. Then you do like August to October. Dries GME October bounce in 2021 on SPX. And then you do top of August 2022 on SPX. And then June of this year. Oh, maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's why we ran so hard. Fucking time travelers came in and pumped AI. AMC's run to 70 was shit though. It was like 600%. Let me borrow the machine when you're done. I've got a lot to fix. You're gonna get in trouble again, Wabbeef. Don't break up and stop me out of my puts again. Also, the amount of starting capital you well, yeah. $1,000 is enough. Yeah, Dogecoin was ridiculous too. Mm. 44.75 end of day, or just more chop between 65 and 60. Is HE done squeezing? No, it hasn't squeezed. There's no squeeze, but the shorts haven't gotten out yet, if that's what you're asking. They're working on it. If it takes longer than a quarter to accomplish, you have to pay taxes in the middle of the sequence. No, you don't. These bulls are wild. Yeah. Do you give your mods instructions or free reign? I trust them implicitly. uh, and that's why. What's your favorite region of coffee? Sumatran, but I've been getting a lot of Costa Rican lately. I feel like Dork's a little judgmental of raisins. But he's a man that's eaten pineapple on pizza, and he lives in a culinary wasteland, so I guess I can forgive it. But don't worry, one day we'll refine his palate appropriately. Paper traded an XSP straddle today for the first time, late to the party, I know, and I was wondering what it would have been the optimal way to have played it, given we had no overnight move. You have to wait for a move. I mean, you probably would have just stopped out of both sides on this test. I'm guessing. You might have gotten stopped out here, although that seems a little tight. But 75 is like the breakout level, so you would have put a stop on your put there. Um, and then you might have closed the call a little lower, I guess. You got me? I'm sorry, Dork. Yeah, even if Dork is timed out, he can still time you out, Lawrence. They're not going to lose 60, are they? Well, they're going to try not to lose 60. But they have already lost 60 twice. That's an authentic Italian stuffed crust pizza. Ticket dues like this are usually break even or a couple percent. I mean, so I closed the long side of my straddle today on the second test. The put side of my straddle is still open from yesterday. It's at 44.50 and it expires on the 15th. So set 15. So I mean I have no intention of closing this unless it goes in the money. But to do that, you need a lot of capital. Because you need to be able to float those dead legs. Um, now my return on the call almost covered the cost of the put, admittedly, um, but not completely, right? If you give me a second, I'll math it. So I bought the call yesterday at 17:30. I sold today at 26.60. And the put, is the AM. Oops. I didn't know I accidentally bought the AM expiry. But the put was 25.30. It's currently worth 20. So the spread is covered by my profits, but I would still prefer to sell the put at break even or higher, and then that locks the profits, the rest of the profits in. That makes sense? Well, I'm buying more theta on the put because we're nearing the top of the trading range, right? Like if I make the assumption that GN is currently the top of our trading range, right? And you know we're closing yesterday here at 44.50, right? Then I don't need a lot of theta on the call side if I assume that we're going to move up. But on the put side, I want more theta. So that way, you know, as we move up and break down, the puts I'm buying, which all expire further out, are gonna go in the money when the break like when we mean revert. And now, if we were really low, for instance, I would be doing the opposite of that. So, say, we'd move drastically down through like delta neutral. I would be getting more time on the call side of the straddle and less time on the put side. And then today, for instance, if we close back near, or we test 4450 again, I can just pick up another call at 4450, and then I'm straddled into the next day all over again without moving the put at all. There's a lot of different ways to manage them, and learning to's probably useful. Next, you're gonna tell me to DCA when we hit the top and bottom. Not necessarily, but sometimes I'll roll farther out of the money ones closer to the money. Is that why it's so hard to trade on a small account? You can't buy all these contracts to hedge yourself? The biggest problem I've had trading with the PDT is actually just the number of trades. It's not really the capital that's an issue. It's that at some point you're forced to make a choice between taking profit and opportunity. Right? And so, like, say I entered like a 60-70 bull spread today, right? And we top 70, but the day's not over, right? And so profitability on this would be like, like 50 something to 70 something percent, depending on what time of day. Now, if I take profits here, then I only have 2 trades left for the rest of the week. And this is like a shit move, right? And in a 25,000, like a non PD, like a non restricted account, you would just close this. You would just take your profits, and that's it. And then that compounds with more positions than one, right? So you're really forced to grow as slowly as fucking possible, or you have to plan very, very far ahead, which in the current environment has not been beneficial. So I still think like cash accounts are far better for like progressing an account from however much money to 25,000, and then at 25,000 margin is strictly better. But I don't know, it's kind of a fun challenge. But every time I try to scale up or take like more advantageous positioning, I get blown up because I run out of trades. So I've taken this account, I think, from like $1,000 to $10,000, like almost 4 times now. So it makes PDT makes it very, very hard to scale. Why do brokers dislike the pores? I mean, it forces you to manage risk. I'm not sure it forces you to manage risk in an advantageous way, but it forces you to manage risk. It's frustrating. It definitely takes me out of like my wheelhouse and what I'm used to. Because even like back when I paper traded strats, like I would just use cash accounts, right? Because it made way more sense. When you get to 10K, don't lose it. Get another 10K. You'll be out of PDT in no time. Well, it's not no time, right? Like you can on a cash account, you can go from like 5,000 to 25,000 in like 6 days. With PDT, you're talking like 4 weeks, maybe a little longer. Stopped out of a call shortly after open when SPX dropped from 44.72. Oh wait, is there another part of that? Oh, if you can trade pre-market, sometimes getting out of one side of the straddle can be advantageous. Yeah, like on IBKR. I sold the put side of my straddle in today's pre-market around ES 44.47 after multiple tests. Sometimes you can. Sometimes it depends on how many contracts you have though. Sometimes it's hard to find like the liquidity and you get too much slippage on the spread. I assure you that isn't an issue for us. Are we just gonna chop here till close? No. I think if the call positioning keeps breaking down, they're gonna lose their grip on 44.60. It doesn't seem like that they're buying a lot more out of the money right now. The range is definitely narrowing. Like the 44.80 and 85 and 90 calls are almost gone now. They don't appear to be selling as many puts out of the money at this point as they were earlier today. It looks like some of the out of the money bot puts have sold off, and now like almost all of the options like concentration is between 44.75 and 44.45. Except like the upside on the call positioning, like a lot of like when those went in the money, a lot of them closed. So like call side gamma at like 65 and 70 is a lot weaker than it was early this morning. Yeah, that supports it. Yeah, and so put side gamma is starting to pick up. Don't forget to say a few sentences about how awesome JFresh is in front of everybody. He's the best. JFresh is arguably one of my favorite people out of the like 30,000 I've interacted with on here in the last 2.5 years. He's also a consummate shit poster. I think it's pretty clear that JFresh is one of my favorites. I don't think anybody's gonna question that. Ooh. Update on AMD entry. There was one this morning. Yeah, I got that one. A breakdown of like 105 for like just straight up puts. Not, I mean, I guess you could do debit spreads there too, but at 105, that's where I was gonna pick up puts for like 930. Like 105 puts for, well, 929. Sorry. Are you still looking for 110? No, but closer to it. Yesterday was shitty because we were trading at like the mid PT like all day, right? But a bounce was expected. This morning was a solid entry. French onion soup would slap right now. It's more of a winter food. Yeah, the US financials did come in. There's too much money. We can't go down. If we go down, we do red candle. Yeah, if we lose 4460. They are buying a lot of 4460 calls. Still. When China announcing ending all trade with the US, so Baba can finally drop. Baba went down like 5% yesterday. Cool your fucking jets. No. You teaching us spores and complimenting your friends. What have you become? The worst. When GME 50? I thought you sold your GME. Oh, okay. What are you worried about? In 2050? You think they'd be in business that long? At this point, Ryan Cohen should just close all of the GameStop stores, liquidate all of the inventory, invest all like $2.5 billion into US treasuries, and then just not take a salary. And revenues might be better than they are now. Bullish. Kirk for CEO. Sounds lame. It's only lame until yields start to dive and the Fed tries to move us back to zero interest rate policy. Then all of a sudden, those 30 years at 5% are gonna look real fucking attractive. Now that sounds like 3D chess. No, it's just 2D checkers. but you can still win. Anyway, when bond values rocket, then you sell off the bonds, right? After you've like 10x them or whatever. And then you buy a company that actually does something. Boom. My investment will be happy, but then who will help me lobby for physical video games? I mean, I'll make you up like one of those little sandwich things that you put on your shoulders, and you can get like a bell, or we could dress you up like a disk drive, and you could just like you could open your disk tray for people. They just walk up to them and bzzz. It's rude and like mildly sexual, but it could still be comical. Or like inside the disc tray as it opens, we could write, "Ask me about physical video games." Disc out for the ladies. Seagurk, Baba listened. Oh, whatever. I don't know. Do you think I'm really up to the high standards required for that challenge? The imposter syndrome would get to me. No risk, no reward. Middle Western consumer sentiment rep. No one wants to get pepper sprayed in a sandwich board. Why are you going to get pepper sprayed? That seems like a really extreme reaction to a guy dressed up like a disk drive. It's a head to toe costume, not it's not centered at the bottom of the torso or anything. You know, that helps offset the overt sexuality of popping your disk drive in front of someone. Insert your floppy disk. Was the US report good for future US economy? No. Although people are using less credit now because they've used it all up. If a DRSer got near me, I'd pepper spray them. Well, that makes sense. I'd pepper spray someone if they were trying to touch my purple circle too. I was on some other like Reddit thread the other day. I forgot about this, but I wanted to tell you guys how incensed it made me. And there was some fucking DRSer there. It had nothing to do with stocks or anything, right? It was like some like social commentary post that somebody had written. And this fucking DRSer was like, "Yeah, man, they've been doing the same shit in the stock markets. You guys should really look into what's been going on with GameStop ever since all of that meme stock fiasco back in 2021. The SEC committed international securities fraud, and investors are fighting back against the system by registering their shares in their own names." And I was like, this motherfucker is really trying to start a goddamn grassroots DRS campaign in random fucking threads on Reddit. I got so angry. Just, uh Funny you should say that. That was me. Ape movement, yeah. Am I the asshole? I bought shares in a pawn shop and didn't register my purchase. Did you report him to Reddit over concerns about self harm? No. Dork, did you time out that guy for saying DRS, DRS, DRS? Well done. Was he doing it on LinkedIn? No, that's that other guy from yesterday. They pop up in every trading investing subreddit. It's infuriating. There's no trading or investing subreddits on Reddit anymore. I think if RC could, he would tell investors to stop DRSing. You know, I feel like he tried to in that interview that he did with oh god, with fucking GMEDD. They were like, "What do your tweets mean?" He's like, "Nothing." And Superstock's like, "Ah, we knew it." Wink. Fuck, get the fuck out of here. I didn't watch or read that interview. That's hilarious. When was it? I don't remember. Last year, at some point. He was like, I just like fucking around on Twitter and saying stuff. And then Superstock like immediately thought that was confirmation of their bias. The tweets were alluding to his SEC investigation. I can't wait to see what they're gonna do when if the SEC burns their messiah. RC gave us 5 seconds of forward guidance. Short-term profitability. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the RC lawsuit? Like for real? I mean, I remember at the time there was a question of if the profits should have been remitted back to the company because of the duration of his ownership and the fact that he was probably privy to inside information at some point. Kind of makes it all a little bit murky. Although he wasn't actually an insider. And so, I mean, what he did is, you know, no worse than shit Carl Icahns done 500 times, right? So, I mean, if the SEC can link some sort of thread together that can evidentiarily support um, him having inside information or materially relevant information when he sold, then okay, yeah, I could see him getting a little slap on the wrist, like 200 grand or something for his 60 million in profit. I'm sure he'll be all right. SEC just wants their cut. You know how it works. I thought it was kind of cool that like a week before he sold or 2 weeks before he sold, he tweeted a shopping cart full of bags. And everyone was like, that's bullish as fuck. He was warning us. I remember when the tweet came out, I was like, it looks like a shopping cart full of bags. Bobby was trading at like 450. Dad, this looks like bulls are big fuck. Well, they're trying to hold 4460. They're really trying to hold 4460. He said at least your card is full. I mean, I remember like when we first hit $5 on Bobby, I was like, this is fucking awesome. I'm gonna buy so much at this price, right? Because the options chain, it was very obvious what was gonna like play out over like the next couple months, right? And then like after their earnings and all the shit with the redheaded stepchild and fucking Cohen's tweets and everyone just getting stupid fucking bullish on it. I just became progressively more and more bearish. And by the time it ran, I couldn't wait to get out. It looked like a fucking dumpster fire. The fact that he got out just seemed so obvious, right? And that he was not coming back. And to this day, there's like thousands of people that think he's gonna come back and bail them out of their fucking BBBYRQ. They say shit like we're trading on the expert market now. It's fucking disgusting. Hashtag not a cult. How would you train your kids to trade zero DTEs without letting them know? Hmm. Just get them into like Magic or Pokemon, but force them to fund their habit or well, after enough time their addiction themselves. They'll figure it out or they won't, but then you'll know. Gee, it's almost like somebody doesn't want SPX to fall below 4460 with momentum and force the MM to hedge their Vega. I don't know if that's like a hole they could dig themselves out of again, Dork. Gee, you think? So odd. Well, I mean, if we slip 4450 again, VIX is going to probably go back to like 15 at least, right? They'd be pretty fucked at that point. Not to mention they've been selling the 50 like pretty actively. So it's probably worse this time. Post Malone bought the One Ring MTG card for 2 million. I know. I seriously think, like, I'm thinking about it now, and that might be like where like I why I love trading, or at least like where I got good at it, was I was like 11 and I couldn't afford cards, but I wanted to play really bad. So I learned to win, so I would get like store credit and prizes, and then I could buy my own magic cards because my mom wasn't giving me any money for that bullshit, right? And then you just go infinite from that point forward. I'm like 25 minutes behind, but I was wondering if you could get a clip of that small account talk you had. Thanks. I can try. Uh, maybe not. If you know where it is, clip it. You can clip it. Like I don't know where in the stream it is. I sold covered cards in middle school. Everybody wanted my sleeve liquidity. I mean, I kind of did that. By the time I was like 15, I would like I would go to the card shop and I would have decks and other people wouldn't. Not dicks, decks. And like they're expensive. If you haven't played Magic, they're like $500-$600 for a playable stack of cards. Um and so what I would do is like I would let other people use my decks, like not my best one. Like they could use like the slightly inferior ones, so they couldn't beat me in the tournament, right? But then if they won the tournament, I would get 50% of whatever they won, right? And so that's kind of like covered calls. Dear God, he was an MM at the age of 5. That's a much nicer way than me. I just beat up kids for their good cards. The stock market is more Yu-Gi-Oh than MTG. Yu-Gi-Oh is a stupid game. Completely ridiculous and can end in one turn. I mean, so can Magic. It just depends on the format. I knew this was going to break up and still didn't enter. Is there something wrong with me or am I just bored? You're probably just bored. Also, like, even a breakup here, it's like, where's it gonna go? They still don't have a lot of like 65 and 70 calls right now. I went to a classical school. Cards were witchcraft. So he traded pens? Pens? Like 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 the writing instrument? To what end? Like how high did it scale up? Like if you were a successful pen trader, could you move from like a Bic to a Mont Blanc over, like a period of time? You had to start as a pencil trader. Fun fact, I have a Mont Blanc pen. I do too. I don't know where the fuck it is, but I have one. Found this finfluencer called Caleb Hammer. Does a financial audit on people and calls them out on decisions. Turns out he himself is investing in property and S&P 500 only. No hedging. That's going to go great for him. Wait till he gets audited by the IRS. It's with your duct tape, maybe? Which I still can't find, by the way. This girl used to give me $20 every day to do her homework in grade 6. It was awesome. That's a pretty good homework deal for 6th grade. The obsessive compulsive drive to improve your own ability is definitely transferable from MTG to stocks. Yeah, except stocks pay better. Can you refer me to some 6th graders who want me to do their homework for $20 a day? Just hang out at the local community college, dork. Just be like, I'll do all your physics and math homework. And if you get me a fake ID, I'll take your test for you. You gotta hustle, man. You got this. I'll charge those fuckers $60 an assignment. Charge them more. Go up to Tahoe with the rich kids. Yeah. Yeah, all you gotta do is like audit some physics classes, right? Make some friends, be like, I'll do your guys' homework. I'm great at this shit. I got a Black Lotus MTG card when I was in 6th grade from my uncle. I traded it within a week without knowing what I had to a friend because friends found out this year it was worth 5K. They're worth a lot more than that. It might have been worth 5K back then. I think GSA graded ones are going for like 200 grand now or more. And you could have met Post Malone. You're a fucking nerd, Bipolar Bear. I've seen you talk about tax code for like 20 minutes. Good job, Dork. Just keep timing him out today. He made like $7 on his $20,000 investment in GME. Or broke even. He's way hyped up. Why are the cards so expensive? Did the company just decide to only make X amount and never again? Basically, yeah. Perceived scarcity. Wizards of the Coast actually just prints cash. Hey, red candle. Yeah. That's the one we were looking for, right, Dork? I have no stops. I'm just in it for the ride at this point. Momentum. Looks like futures are going back to 44.50. I sold a first edition Shadowless Charizard for 90. They're worth like 5 to 25k now. Fuck my life. Did you steal it from someone? I was convinced my friend to start a new game of Pokemon and Game Boy and trade me a starter Pokemon, and that I would return the favor. We forgot that a save overwrites all previous games. Anyway, I got a free Squirtle, and ran away. What's up, numerology, Mike? I'm back. I'm glad to see you're off the meds again. Did you get into AMD today? I got merch. I got 105s, 929s yesterday. I think I picked up a few debit spreads this morning. I didn't get the best entry. Yeah, I got a few. I know the stock got merged. More so now. If we break 44.50, bulls are super duper fuck. Check DMs. Ooh, nice. Yep. This is so cool. They're gonna fail to do the thing, Dork. We're gonna go down to the JPM collar. No, my old man bought it off eBay, graded mint and everything back in the 90s. Well, I had to check because of the prior comment where you were like, I just wondered because I was gonna say like if you just jacked it from somebody, then you made a really good profit. $90 back then was nothing to sneeze at. Late 90s? I mean that's probably equivalent to 5k today. If we go down to the JPM collar bot puts, would we just yeet right through it or bounce first. Oh, dude, it's we would probably yeet right through it. Accelerate through it. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking delta. Jimmy was the hedge all along. Okay. JPM collar, the bottom of the collar. Well, not the bottom of the collar, but the sold or the bought puts are at 42.10. Yeah. First time caller, long time DRSer here. I don't believe you. Fuck, that's so bearish. I love it. Here's my problem. Can we really fail 44.50 today? Like 44.45 is pretty unimpressive. And even less impressive on the 0 DTE side. Spent a lot of time listening to Gherk, but this week I actually listened to Gherk. Smart choice. Nice. Here's my problem. Dork keeps timing me out. Well, that sounds like a you problem. Fucking quick on the draw there, Dork. Damn. Didn't even let him get it a word in edgewise. If today was a creature, like a bird or something, and if that creature was a specific color, or lack of color, like black, why would it be a black swan? It's not. Relax. I wasn't even looking at the screen, but I knew it was him. So my 4,500 finna print or nah? Are you long? What do you think, Carl? Full bull baby. A purple swan would be way more rare. That's true, actually. Believe it or not, VIX's still down 5%. It won't go up unless we break under 4450. Not substantially. I do like watching the Bulls lose, though. It's a good feeling. I wish they'd lose a little faster and harder, but are they gonna V? I don't know. I should probably put a stop, huh? Yeah, that's good enough. Hmm. Jan 1st, 2024, SPX is at 3,600. VIX is still at 14. VIX will be at 12, actually. Is there a correlation between Carl's bullishness and his blood alcohol content? Carl's delirious with fever right now. They shorted the SPX to raise liquidity to cover top? No. I'm pretty sure you could short the entire float of that company and still not lose that much money if you got squeezed out. Is there even a point to a V here? They've basically lost, right? Yeah. They've lost like most, if not all of their like bullish positioning for today. It's just slowly eroded over the course of the day, and now there's just like so like you have like the downside put gamma at 4450, right? And then you have call gamma at 60, but then, you know, instead of having it ramp up like we had earlier, it's just dog shit. And then they have a bunch of underwater calls here. So it's like even if we hit 60 again, like they don't have anything to back any momentum up to 75. Meanwhile, there's a shitload of put gamma at the money at 55, and then even more at 50, and then 45 is going up. So they're not in a great position. I don't know. Maybe if they can keep it off 4450 into power hour, like the next like 35 minutes, they might be able to get like another pump to 65 in power hour. What's up, Archeo? Well, calls are cheap. I sent you some non-options data. Ew. Oh, that's fun. Is that the 1 hour or the 1 minute? It's the 1 minute, right? Dollar's back at 105 again. 1 minute, of course. That's how I like to track the downfall of modern civilization. Yeah, I know. they're still kind of holding up the 20 and 30-year spreads. But they lost the 10 again on the drop. No news. I do think we have some more data at 3 o'clock. I don't think it's super important, but there is some. What was it? Oh, maybe not. Oh no, we do. Consumer credit charge. Oh, used car prices are down again in August. And used car prices month over month are up a little bit. But the improvement in used car prices is significantly worse than the prior month. Yeah, consumer credit change at 3. That's not going to be, unless it's like a obscene beat. That's not going to be too serious. It's almost as if every single data point was bearish. Yeah. Used car prices moving back up a little bit is also inflationary. What it is that every single data point is inflationary. Almost like inflation isn't solved, and it's still not only is it a really big problem, it's becoming a bigger problem very quickly. Are you selling some SPX wide condor for the weekend? No, I'll probably. Depending where we close today, I'll probably sell. Well, either bear put or bull call spread, or bear call or bull put spreads. Yeah. China's not going to peg to the dollar ever. Why only one half a condor versus a full condor? I don't need to explain myself to you. And Carvana's up 500% in the last 2 months. Yeah, I'm sure that'll last. What do they got, like 6 months of runway till insolvency or something? Founder of Thodex Crypto sentenced to 11,196 years in prison. What the fuck is Thodex? Is it like 196 years, or like parole in 3? That's a lot of theta. Imagine being the judge and just sitting in your office adding up all the sentences. Like, you know full well that they're going to be dead within the first 100, right? Make it like 200 to be safe. Fine. Every time I hear about a sentence that's like ridiculously longer than the average human lifespan, I just think back to like that scene in Austin Powers where Dr. Evil's like asking for money. Like the judge is like, I sentence you to 11,000 years. What the fuck for why? Like, the family that crimes together stays together, Gen Gen. Imagine if it spilled over to your descendants. How are you going to create descendants in prison? One must assume they already exist. But that would only carry out like one generation, because the next generation would be like, I guess I'm not going to have any kids because I don't want them to spend their life in jail. Although I guess that's never stopped anybody from having kids. Never mind. I take it back. So many conjugal visits, you can rehypothecate your sentence to your bastard children. I mean, they have a church at the prison. They don't have to be bastards. You've written "re" in chat, Dan. It's okay, Daniel. The BBC article says those extreme sentences are common now that they did away with the death penalty. I mean, did this guy run a crypto scam or was he like murdering people? It sets a precedent. You never know what modern medicine will bring in the future. Judge was a real see you next Tuesday. That's nothing. RC inadvertently sent us all to 2 years of this, and it's already a lifetime at least. Just think of what else we could have done. Same thing we do every day, Pinky. Are you watching Airbnb for a new put entry after this S&P 500 pump ends? But I already have underwater puts on Airbnb. Are you asking if I'm going to buy more of them? Probably rug some rich and powerful people. Maybe. Oh, okay then. AJ, the more you try to treat me like your personal trade advisor, the less and less useful information I'm gonna give you. So if part of your current process for taking a trade is planning it out and then asking me about it, eliminate the second part. Did you hear that? That's the collective groan of tens of thousands of day traders who just got stopped out. Well, my stop is at a 20% loss. So the only way they're stopping me out is if they get the price back above 44.65, Dork. Joke's on you. I don't plan it out until you give me feedback. Five head. Oh. The risk department didn't like that comment, but okay. Well, I figured it would be volatile because they want to defend 44.50 so badly. I had a good entry. I got into the put like back here. I'm not actually up as much as you'd think. What world are you guys talking about? It looks like we barely moved. He was talking about this. Theta is a hell of a drag. I've still got the bear spreads for next week. Ask Jeeves. Welcome to Cornishon. Is it just bipolar bear? Probably. See, and now my lack of risk management is paying me dividend. I'm incentivized to not manage risk properly, Doric. Every time you're like, Gurk, you should really manage that risk, and then I don't, I make more money. Don't worry, JFresh listened to me, and now he's yelling at me. Everyone will listen to that one sentence. So full port on every trade, got it, and no stops. No, I don't. You need different rules. Place your bets. Red or green. End of day. Hmm. A close above 44.50 is best for the MM here, I think. Jimmy is very exciting. Wow. Yeah, it is. I don't want green candles, so Jfresh isn't mad at me heading into the weekend. What's he mad at you about? I mentioned stops at the 44.55 test, and then he did it. That's awkward. I mean, but did he make money? We still will probably close above 44.50, right? I mean, I think he made money. Well, that's good enough. Don't worry about it beyond that. Because if you didn't say that, he would have just kept doubling down his position into close. And now, if he's angry, he just won't take any more trades for the rest of the day. Or he will, because he heard me say that, and now he's going to do it to spite me. But it's probably a good thing. To anticipate Wednesday through Friday will be bigly downs. No, I expect. I mean, if they hold 44.50 today, they're probably gonna just try this shit again Monday morning. Also, 15 minutes till the credit data. I hope all of the money consumers spent last quarter was on their credit cards. What do you think, Dirk? The consensus is 16 billion. The forecast is 19.1. And the prior was 17.85. I want it to be like 25. No, Jfresh isn't angry at the trading. He's angry about being influenced by the commentary. Put me down for 7K. That's too low. Higher reading is bearish? Yeah. $25 billion on credit is bullish because consumers are consumering. Actually, a miss means that consumers are spending less. A beat means that consumers are leaning on credit more. Both of the outcomes on the extremes are bearish. In line with expectations is probably the most bullish outcome. 650 billion in a month? I miss A miss is further proof that economists are fucking clueless. Economists don't make up the forecast and consensus values. That's analysts. And yes, they are. $11.56 or 11 11.56 billion. I didn't ask for your credit card balance from last month, Popcorn Trader. They're all biased as fuck and therefore completely clueless. They're just gonna project whatever data will allow them to make the most transactions over the next 30 days. That's all they care about. You have to remember that like most analysts are not directly profiting off of the like the performance of the stocks, right? They just need to sell them to people. So it's like going to a used car lot and then asking the salesman like, "Hey, do you think this Ford Taurus with 230,000 miles on it will run for another 5 years?" And then the salesman's like, "Yeah, absolutely. My cousin used to have one of these and he really beat it into the dirt." And then you go, "Okay, I'll take 20,000 of them." You're at a meeting and I'm on the beers. Are we full porting ports or calls? I'm just kind of sitting in some puts right now. I have some more puts at 44.50 that will go in the money or become a straddle at the end of the day today. USD JPY 148 end of day. Ooh. Oh, dork. The swap's almost up 540%. We're almost back to October levels. Sounds like a good time to sell if it were a stonky stonk. I put a house closing on my credit card. I'm doing my part. Well, I'm having an okay time scalping 20, 40 bucks of spreads for the past half hour. It would be cool if you could make the market move. Doing my best. Win breadlines 2025. Fucking Christ, that's so bearish. See, I've been hanging out with you too much, Dork. Now I'm upset. So much hubris. Think of like the chain of command on the risk side. Like think of how many people had to just be like, yeah, it's fine. Keep doing more of that. That's working. What are you talking about? Leveraging trillions of dollars of collateral out of interest rate swaps isn't risky at all. Oh boy. Understanding macroeconomic environments makes you facepalm a chart that I can only just start to understand a bit of what it means. I do mean to thank you for this. Uh, I don't know. I don't know if it's the gift you think it is. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. Just ask Burry. I mean, we kind of already know his take, right? Sorry, Cassiopeia? You mean Cassandra? I used to think dividends and P/E ratios grew stock prices. Ignorance was bliss. That's more a product of perceived risk in the market, right? I don't remember his handle. One of those Greek chicks. It's Cassandra. She was always right, but no one would ever listen. We're talking about Bully Bear and Cassiopeia. Bully Bear is my spirit animal because he's bullish on volatility. Daedalus let his puts fly too close to the sun. That's just a classic story of teen angst. Is 4475Cs gonna print or nah? They did earlier. Did you sell them? I remember you saying something about being up. Wait, you're a liar. You did sell them earlier. Because you were like, I sold them and I made $31 in 7 trades. Do you have a fondness for Alan Partridge? Not particularly. I mean, he's kind of funny. He's not my favorite, but have you noticed that I've been less actively shitposting over the past week? Or am I not a prominent enough pickle jar member for that to register? I don't know if I've ever even seen you on the Discord. Do you know who I am? Yeah. No, I only lurk the Discord. I meant in the stream chat. I figured your shitposting was you were shitposting yesterday in the stream chat. Was that at a slower pace than you normally shitpost? Can you give me a distribution of your average shitposting? So I know when you're, falling off the scale? Okay. Do you have complimentary burn ointment for your roasts? Yeah, I say things like, I'm buying puts here when we're crossing 44.65. $13 ago. Times 100. I think that gives me license to break out any flamethrower I so choose. I think of the market like Godzilla. You can't stop him, just get out of the way and try to profit from the movement. How does one. Okay. I know you said we don't crash until after OPEX, but can we test the JPM collar before OPEX? That's really way too ambitious. Probably not now. And we probably won't crash after OPEX either because crashes aren't real. Is there a way to short early Christmas decorating? As I've gotten older, I just hate people more, especially those that put up decorations for a holiday 3 months away with two before it. Well, you live in Irvine, right? So, like, if they don't you have to like register your lights and then get like a license to put them up, and then they have to be taken down on the day of the holiday? Otherwise, Donald Bren will come to your house and throw you out personally and force you to wear a tie. Oddly specific, yet fairly correct. You'd be a terrible highway minister, maybe. I want to cold smoke a tapenade or olives with lavender, so it tastes like eating a cheesecloth full of potpourri. You know they have a lavender like gum that they sell. You could just chew that. That tastes like your grandmother's bathroom. Crashes are just evil hedgies with infinite money, making the price go to where they want to buy more stocks, according to Don Duck. Don Duck, I hope you know I'm just fucking with you. No, be meaner. Stop victimizing motorists. Chowards? That's it, yeah. It's never fresh. It's always like whenever you buy a package of it, it's like 35 years old. I'm having trouble getting more than 25% profit before I can set a stop at my cost. And eventually I get stopped out. Am I thinking about this wrong? Should I just take 25%? Okay, top left. If someone came up to you and they were like, if you give me $1,000 in 5 minutes, I'll give you back 1250. And they were willing to immediately write you up a legal agreement that enforced that action. Would you take that deal? Okay. I'd say 10K or bust. Yeah, I know some of you would. Why did Smells Like Updog get timed out, Dork? Check DM. I mean, we're under 4450, right? Who's spreading preposterous raisin fud? Oh. You mean like raisins are delicious? Can I pay you $5 to time yourself out? Uh, but what about my stops? I love the VIX reveal there. Very Christopher Nolan of you. Thank you so much, Posty. I thought it had a bit of dramatic flair. I should have had the like dubstep drop noise when I did it. I've really failed on the soundboard over the years. Hold on, let me try again. Was that better? World premiere. That needs to be the sound every time a resistance or support is touched. Why? So you know where they are? Confirmed Persian. Hans fucking Zimmer. I'm illiterate, not deaf. At the current SPX level, is a bull put preferred over bear call for a weekend hold? No, they're about the same. But Power Hour just started. I'm also stopped out. I don't know if I'm gonna go back in. I got my calls for my straddle, so that was cool. I didn't know that was gonna happen. So now I gotta carry my dead put leg over another day and pretend like it was a smart choice. Pump it to Power Hour or drop it. Oh. There's like this calm that washes over you once you've entered your overnight straddle, where you just don't give a shit anymore. People are like, it's going up. You're like, nah, I'm straddled. And they're like, it's going down. You're like, yeah, I know, I'm straddled. They're like, oh fuck, futures gapped up in the overnight session because TradingView rolls over the ticker a week too early, and you're like, straddled. As a Europor, I miss out on the first 2 hours of market open. Given that the direction of the market is more or less stabilized at the start anyway, is it? That's not true. Is it feasible to be a trader at this disadvantage? I mean, alternate proposition, and this is going to sound wild. Wake up earlier? Or get out of, is it get out of work earlier? Which one is it? Okay, hold on. I'm assuming it would be get out of work earlier. It's work. Can you trade while you're at work? It's don't live in Europe. I mean, yeah, you're not at a significant disadvantage being unable to trade. You know you don't have to trade intraday either, right? I can set orders on the toilet. Okay, that's creative. You can trade longer time frames. You don't have to, you don't have to focus on intraday price movements. You can trade, you know, 3 days out. Things with less direct management and still be very successful. Actually, Europe's, I mean, if you don't have a job, Europe's pretty awesome for trading American markets. Because you can wake up at like fucking 1 o'clock, trade for a few hours, and then go enjoy the rest of your day. I would definitely pick like Monaco or Cyprus over Puerto Rico if I wanted to avoid capital gains tax. But then you have to live in Europe. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Plus that sweet, sweet social safety net. Have you been to Europe? Yeah. I've been to Texas too, and I'd tell you which one I'd pick every time. No, not Texas. It's a silly place. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, that's not even a fair comparison. Well, that's where he lives. It's not bad. Wake up, do stuff, trade, then go to bed. Yeah, it sounds delightful. They think immigrants get to use the safety net. I would get citizenship if I moved to Europe. I wouldn't just I wouldn't just move there as I'm not gonna I don't know what's the I'm not gonna be like a refugee. I'm gonna get I'll either buy citizenship or get it through ancestry, right? But I can't stay up past 11 p.m. I wouldn't survive in Spain. Really, I took you for more of a party animal. I'd imagine their bread lines are fresher too. That's pretty fucking good. Bars fitting. But think of the risk. One night stands or possible lifelong commitments in Texas. They get enough thrills out of the market. Thanks. Silly Gurk thinking he can just buy anything. Oh, right. That's how it works. Yeah, it does. I could move to Southeast Asia and then all the streams would just be me pissed drunk because I'd be streaming after I was done partying for the night. I don't know if you would survive in Europe. You would have to wear tight pants. Okay. No, Trade Spotting lives in Scotland, which is now not part of Europe. Congratulations, England. This is why Edwin can't get funding for his bioengineering stuff. The first recorded peacetime decision to put sanctions on itself. Did Dork shadow ban me? No, that's not a real thing. I'd be a YouTube shill too if I ate haggis all day. Fair enough. No funding needed. Money has been raised. Oh, look at you. Trade Spotting said Jamie was headed to 11. He's said a lot of things over the years. Is he still around? I thought it would be funny to negotiate with you, though. You didn't. We never even. I never even knew what it was for. He's a scammer. I mean, he has some basic understanding of like technical analysis and stuff. I don't really like any of the valuations he's done or anything like that, but he makes intermittent videos talking about Fibonacci and every other sentence shilling his Patreon. I I don't know. I remember at one point he like tried to stir up some drama with me or something, and I just ignored it. I don't really have anything like against him. I'm just not very impressive with what's on offer. Root's gonna print any day now, you'll see. Yeah, that was a bad decision. I get really tired with you begging us to become pigeon whales every stream. You know, I've lost and gained a lot of pigeon whales over the years. Popcorn trader. Most recently, Subway Cup. If you're here, fuck you, you paper-handed bitch. Um, but the one that hurt the most was you, Popcorn Trader. After all the money I've seen you lose. How could you do that to me? Turns out I can't justify spending $99 a month on anything, really. Yet somehow you managed to justify losing $1,000 a day on out of the money calls. I gained $31 today. Yeah, but what's the net? Oh, let's not? Okay. Getting on a plane, break even at 44.47 SPX put possible? Yeah, I mean we got like 30 minutes. It's just that we're like not very likely to have we're not likely to hold a breakdown below 44.50. So even if we fall to 44.45, those puts will probably take profit. So be careful of this drop. Like they'll probably take profit, close, and then we'll bounce back up to 44.45. I think I posted it the other day. When Jamie hits $40, I'll become a pigeon whale. Just say never. Don't fucking tease me. How did I pick the worst possible day? Thursday to do a 1 DTE straddle. I don't know. Was it that bad? Like, you should have done, if you did 1 DTE, contracts would have been like, what were they, 900 at the money? You have a $20 print on the call side. It should have been profitable. We opened where we fucking closed. Yeah, but then we ran $20. Like, immediately. Like, this was market open. And then we went up. Oh, did you open here? At 60? Then you should have been up on both sides. I was the thing where you're $30 in the money when I wake up. Wasn't that good? If Siri hits 20, I'll still be a billionaire. I'll miss you, Arnold. I want the thing where you're $30 in the money when you wake up. Oh. Well, sometimes you have to do a little bit more management than that. Did you enter your AMD? I did a bit yesterday, and none of my limit buys triggered today. I got some debit spreads earlier this morning on the opening bounce, and then yesterday I bought some 929 105s. So I still have those, and I averaged them a little today. They're not up right now, I don't think, but they're doing okay. I'm not super worried about them. I think I'm down. I'm down like 13% on them right now. You know what's crazy? How quickly an account grows off like 10 to 50% returns using delta neutral strategies. Yeah. Yeah, you can do quite well. How many 4450C 0 DTE are you buying? None. I'm stopped out of my puts already, and I locked in my straddle, so I'm probably not going to trade the rest of today. At least not on SPX. I don't think it's worth it. Hmm. Deviant likely to slip with the dividend next week? I don't know. Let me look. Could a little bit. I mean, the dividend's only like 50 cents, so I think it's not gonna be like a massive drop, right? But thanks for being here to remind me, Yaga. Can you look at RTX on the daily? I want to tell my dad he should get out, but I'm not sure if I'm just being overly cautious. I could take a look. Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't look very good. Out or like, oh, shit. I mean, probably a while ago, but what's his cost basis? He got in at 87. I mean, if it breaks down below 80, that's pretty bad. Although the most recent drop kind of seems like an effect of the dividend more than anything else. So it could turn back around. That's a terrible cost basis. I wouldn't have bought during like that distributive period there at the top. That seems like he's got a terrible entry is the problem. Is he DCAing it or something? Defense stocks are kind of overvalued right now. They have been since like last year. Any update on Baba? No, not really. It's just I mean it dropped like 5% yesterday, so it's moving in the right direction. China's economy still looks like a burning pile of trash. All defense stocks have gotten hit hard for the last few months. I know. Hawaiian Electric's been showing strength. Yeah, there's a little more covering going on over the last couple days. And more call interest is coming in again. My dad full port YOLOs it just have no rhyme or reason. He didn't look into anything and has worse risk management than everyone here. Nice. I know see an LMT also got crushed. Why can't it be a burning pile of coal? Same thing. That's just old yard waste, right? I didn't know I was C Mill's dad. You learn something new every day. We're closing under 44.50 today. Make holding DN harder next week. Yeah. I mean, very much so. This is like not gaining 44.75 today is very bad for them. I want to start a YouTube channel completely unrelated to stocks. Any tips? You're talking to the wrong fucking guy. I am not successful at YouTubing. I kind of just fell on it and people for some reason still watch me. What about the beauty channel? Never got it started. That's because I like watching you. Thanks, Carl. This is the number 5 saltiest financial streamer. There aren't many places where you can watch a centaur in its natural habitat. I'm clearly sitting in a chair. I mean, are sold puts expiring today worth billions? Doesn't matter because they have many more billions. They can cash settle the losses. Well, I mean, they definitely would prefer that it closes above 44.50, so at least those cash settle for nothing, right? But they're losing money on the 75s, the 90s, and the 4500s that expire today unless they roll them out. Is it bullish that California legalize mushrooms? I don't know. Maybe if you have like depression. That's just your saddle. It's because you're the real deal and we love you, Dad. Thanks, DZ. It's the big brain. We're here for your bright, sunny, positive emotional support and constant encouragement. Not for the findom. I've really been targeting the wrong audience. I would love to see you do a cooking channel highlighting your eggplant parm dish. I don't want to share that with people. That's mine. Came for the pickles, stayed for the bear song. Thanks, Lawless. That's clearly a back pad that you had custom made to look like the back of a chair. If Disney and Apple merge, what do? I mean, my knee jerk, like gut feeling is buy puts, but I don't know. I'm here for the casual tax haven advice. I literally gave your stream a thumbs up today. Thanks, driver. Did everyone do that? I hope you guys did. I'm here for the abuse. Food takes, audience trolling, and good soundtracks. I like it how you'll show us how to fend for ourselves in the ruthless financial markets, and you keep your cooking and snacks DD secret, as though we could back solve that for ourselves. Exactly. There's a million eggplant parm recipes out there. You got it. You just follow one of those. I'm here for the better vocabulary. Well, if you get good enough at trading, right? Here's the trick. If you get good enough at trading, then you can purchase Pontiff, and then I'll make you eggplant parm, and we can eat it together. Exactly. All 16 pounds of it. Did you get your 75-cent fill for your 0 DTE 4450? But no, I didn't buy any 4450s. I bought my straddle, and I don't want to trade this piece of shit anymore today. I had 2 great entries, made some nice money. I'm done. Fuck this market. How much does Pontiff cost? I don't actually know. I think it's 200,000 or 200 and it's some astronomically high number to discourage people from ever buying it. Cuz I don't want to go places and do things or hang out with particularly some of you. No offense, but there's some rotten apples. If someone buys Pontiff, who do you secretly hope it is? Dork. I don't know what that is, Top Loaf. So, sure. If I get Pontiff, I demand we take selfies while frolicking gaily through the fields of flowers. Oh, we could do that thing where, like, I lay down in one direction and you lay down in the other direction, but our heads are together, and then we take a photo? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that would be so cute on our Insta. You can't name the one person that has the hardest road to getting there. See, there's people that I've always thought would be more likely to get it if given the opportunity. Like Walken, right? Or Stefan. And they make me not want to have it as an option. That's a 69 for faces. Yeah. We are the Pontiff. I'll open a GoFundMe to raise the money together. That's only $500 from each of us on the stream. Yeah, but then it's like a convention. One of the rules of Pontiff is there's no group funding Pontiff. John Wilkes Booth could have gotten it with all the all the subs he's bought. Maybe. I don't know. I think I have like a way to count that. Did Stefan really die? Maybe. Maybe he just bought NVIDIA the rounded bottom breakout. Yeah, there really wouldn't be enough eggplant parm. Don't even lie. You know you want to come back to California. I was there like not that long ago. One of the holidays? Mother's Day? Too soon. That would be weird. Just buy Pontiff, take Gurk to a Finnish sauna, and have him heat you with birch branches like a normal person. Exactly. I don't actually like eggplant parm that much. You just haven't had good eggplant parm. I was watching okay. Could you find Stefan by searching for salt lamp dealers? Maybe, but why would I want to? Is your name Bitch Cranks? I was watching an eBay auction for a NVIDIA H100 PCIe card. It's worth 30K and it's sold for 7,200. AI is a scam, fake demand. Did you buy it? Did you know that you could get a $30,000 loan on that? All right, 18 minutes to close. I'm actually getting blasted tonight. Let's get weird. Okay. If you had to put your peener in a tree, which tree would you choose? Poplar. I don't know why, but I wanted to pick the first one that would come to my head. And it was, yeah, it was poplar. I respect it. I would do oak. Too hard. I'm into it. Why were you visiting your baby mama in La Habra? It was my mom, and it wasn't in fucking La Habra. Birch? Bonsai? um. Get it? The first one that came to your head? Haha. JFresh, are you happy now that you stopped out at 44, 45, 52? I can't have you mad at Dork all weekend. It's not productive. Bonsai trees are such spinners. I re-entered a bit here and there. My stops were all positive. I'm up $400. Good day. Dork is just too sensitive. He's got a kind soul. Oh, Carl. Carl timed out JFresh. Unbelievable. It's okay, Dork. We'll get your trading account funded. And then you can blow it up a couple times and you'll lose faith in humanity real quick. Wait, you were homeschooled? Couple times. Or I'll lose faith in humanity as I get filthy rich. Both solutions, same problem. Hmm. All right, Dork. Same exact bet as yesterday. Because we're trading at the same price. 44.55 end of day. All right, I'll lock in the 50. It's fucking Groundhog's Day. I'm like a modern hippie myself, I guess. Your mom for sure lives in South Torrance. OC. Upsies or Downies Monday. Meow Woof a magic wand game coming up in after 8 knots. If you smell pennies, go to the hospital, LPB. Have you ever had smoked Hungarian sausage? I don't think so, but I'll tell you, I don't want yours. Does the bonsai apple tree produce tiny apples or full-size ones? $10 left. Daily P&L, $31. Why not graft on another cool looking tree? So it's an apple tree with chutzpah and zest. I don't know. Look at CGC. I don't. What is your obsession with weird weed stacks? Okay. Just people getting hyped up over legalization again, right? I already own tobacco companies. A peach tree so people don't think you're weird? Mm. If Hurricane Lee hits New York, are you gonna stay or evacuate? I, I, I don't know. I'll probably just stay here. Where am I gonna evacuate to? Why the fuck would I go to an island, a flat island in a hurricane? That's even more in the ocean. Buy a generator. Ah, it'll be fine. Evacuate to Texas? We've never been hit by a hurricane ever. That can't be true. Come to Massachusetts. We can trade and you can help babysit. Do you not have something in the Catskills? Gross. I'm buying property in Ensenada thanks to the teachings of Professor Gherkin. Nice. When I buy Pontiff, we're going to Florida and trading on bath salts. You don't have to do that in Florida. That's a good idea, C-Mill. Come to London, we're expecting rain. I literally sprinted outside to put extra pavers and stones on my patio umbrella base. Wait, when's the hurricane coming? I don't trust you, Popcorn Trader. It became a Category 5 storm on Friday. We rapidly intensified in the last 24 hours. Yeah, right now there's like... Yeah, it seems fine. Nothing to worry about right now. I'm gonna test 55 and then sell off back to 50. Want to see something funny? Check DMs. I feel like it's very it's very obvious. Oh shit, Dork, we're both gonna lose. Was Jamie gonna drill back to 15? It could, yeah. Like next week? $55 would be kind of surprising here. Still have 2 minutes, right? HE to 20 next week? I don't know. Probably not. End of day squart? A little bit. Like buying 60s for Monday? It's like a small amount of them. Delta's like rocketing. They really don't like VIX 14? No, absolutely not. I love having the longer dated out of the money leg to save on theta loss. Yeah, it's nice. Is RAT a buy at these levels, or is it a wrap? I haven't really been paying attention to what's been going on with it, but they're filing for bankruptcy, right? Bankruptcy music to my ears. Ding ding. That was interesting. So a bunch of end of day call buying at 44.60 for Monday. Looks like. Guess we'll see how that shakes out next week. Give me 1 second. I want to check something. Yeah, so it looks like they're buying the 60, 65, and 75 for Monday with a put wall at 70, 85, and 80. Stronger put positioning at 55, 50, 45, and 40. So probably a lot of the same on Monday. Gamma flip is still at 44, 77, 50. It looks like things aren't going to change very much unless we get a big move in futures over the weekend. Kenview, not bad. I can take a look at it. Small bounce. Doesn't mean it's done going down, but good volume. All right, so I mean, we got the. Let me switch down to the 5. 1 second. We got the upside test of 44.76 this morning. 3 of them, all of which were failed. Then we broke down back through 61 on ES, failing 61, and then closed the day just above it. I think Monday probably plays out very similar to today. we're kind of right on the VWAP here on the 5 minute, and then like the 15, we're still a bit away. But I think maybe continued attempts Monday and Tuesday at regaining 44.76 and 44.90. Although they did lose a lot of money today on those strikes. Well, you can make money on the second time. Well, if it repeats itself, it shouldn't be that hard. Dixie closed up on the day 2 basis points, 105.07. The USD JPY pair moved up 38 basis points. And while the 20 and 30 year were held down for the majority of the day, the 10 and 5-year yields moved, actually 10, 5, and 2-year yields moved back to positive in the latter half of the day today. Broad commodities still trading kind of flat, not a lot of improvement there. Oil up, but wheat pulling back down, so a little less inflationary pressure from that. Gold and silver had a nice run this morning alongside the market pump, and then ultimately failed into the end of the day. Correlation is still moving down, and this is partially due to the pressure on VIX, partially due to accumulation of interest on like the Mag 7 and stuff. So next week, in the early part of next week, we should probably Monday, Tuesday, expect another push, like a big pump on tech. Yields are relatively flat over the last couple days. I mean, some volatility spikes, but still trading roughly in the range where we opened Thursday at. And down over the course of the week, right? After the big spike where we saw that drop down to like 430, we've pretty much fallen back into the, well, most of them have fallen back into the medium range. The 10-year is still up quite a bit. So pressure on the dollar kind of leveled out for right now. But if yields continue to climb, especially with data over the weekend, we'll probably see more pressure on the dollar next week. It's really getting to the point where that dollar pressure and then the reaction on VIX is making it very hard for them to continuously short volatility in a way that's substantial enough for them to gain any ground against the market maker positions. So I think if we continue to see that yield pressure and that dollar pressure and those tightening credit spreads, we're going to continue to see a lot of difficulty on the bull side in gaining back those levels where they have Vega exposure, especially into next week's OPEX, where those levels are really, really important. They're still selling the October, November, and December, and some Jan puts, but they're trying to sell them further out on the chain, which also gives them like less leverage for the upside move. So in order to reduce the accumulation of Vega exposure at the money, they're selling further out of the money, but that means that it's harder for them to pump, but they can still stabilize, as we saw today. Why not, McConnerberry? Fubu has quite a bit of a 250 and 3. Could help into OPEX. It could, but it might not. Most of it's probably sold. What's the soonest pumpers could die and the longest they can drag this out for? I mean, potentially they could die going into the OPEX expiration, or at least get a significant portion of their position blown up. If they're able to regain delta neutral next week, they'll probably be able to de-risk sufficiently to prop up prices in like the 4450 to 4300 range for they might be able to do it for a little while till more negative news comes out. But the negative data is just getting worse and worse and worse, right? Our next inflation print is going to be, I think, our hottest of the year on the year-over-year print for CPI, or at least it's projected to be right now. PPI is probably going to follow the same trend. Increasing oil costs are going to start to weigh really heavily as diesel demand picks up, right, into the end of this year and into like the big shipping season. Um, and that could drive spot oil prices like Brent and sweet crude even higher. Diesel pricing has, like, diesel demand has a little more effect on oil pricing than gasoline demand. So yeah, it's possible that, you know, the inflationary pressures, not only do I not expect them to let off, but they're just going to keep getting worse, right? And so the question there is not like if they're going to get blown up or not. It's just really is, are they going to be able to de-risk sufficiently in time without creating a, like, without falling prey to like a right tail event. So we'll see. I mean, JPAL's decision next week, I'm sure will have an effect. Bulls want the rates pulled back. Or at least that's the narrative they're pushing for now. So yeah, we'll see. Or I'm sorry, not next week. JPAL's the week after next. All right. I will see you guys. Today's Friday, right? Yeah, so I'll see you guys Saturday at 12:30 p.m. Thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate it. Or no, Sunday. Sunday at 12:30 p.m. I don't know why I can never get that right. Sunday at 12:30 p.m. I hope everyone has a great weekend. See you later.